course, people are coming from various places, and they believe there's a tradition that you should start an hour after the scheduled time. But then last night we insisted that we should have high morale and high discipline. So we are going to get our proceedings moving. And you can see I'm still moving around, last minute planning and organization as I'm introducing the session. Last night I said I wouldn't be long, and then I went on, I think, about 10 minutes over the time I had given myself. This morning I am going to be very quick because we are going to be addressed by the Dean of Humanities here at the University of Johannesburg. So I'm going to do two things. Initially, make just a handful of introductory remarks, and then after the Dean has spoken, I'm going to deal with some housekeeping issues. But I thought I should just say the following. One, that I thought it was really important last night. We had arranged the panel last night because what we wanted to do, and I say we, I mean the organizing committee, was to ensure that the conference itself be framed by those people who played a leading role in the uprising. That their voices, but also their interpretations, their recollections, their memories of the events of 1976 should be at the center of our discussions, our debates. We're going to do something similar this morning with key figures who were mentioned a number of times last night, like Mahata, like Oma, and Miriam, who's also here. Secondly, and both Salim and I think God also made the point, we wanted to ensure that even though we are meeting in Soweto, and Soweto was undoubtedly the epicenter of the protest, but by August and September, the protests had already spread to other parts of the country, and in fact, I would say, and I know that there are people who accused me earlier of being overcritical of Cape Town, but undoubtedly, by August, September, Cape Town had become possibly the center of the uprising in terms of the kinds of protests that have evolved there. The third issue, and this will lead me to some of the displays outside here, is at the very beginning, we made the point that we needed to work with the kind of scholarship and critical work that has been done over many years about inserting centrally into the work that we were doing in the run-up to the conference and during the conference about, and Spongile problematizes last night. You said, what does it mean we talk about the role of women? So I'm putting it out there, but in the kind of problematic way that Spongile mentioned last night. And that leads me to some of the work that has been undertaken alongside the conference and that we have placed in various ways at the center of the conference. Some months ago, Ali and I, together with the colleagues in the Seth Masibuko Foundation, wondered how we can produce spaces, experiences in which those of us who are older can work with younger people in different ways. The Seth Masibuko Foundation does this all the time. And we put together, we brought on board a number of artists who have been working with young people in different spaces in Soweto, in the city center of Johannesburg, the Windy Bar Theatre. There's a group of young artists called the Cousins Creative Collective. There's also Judy Simon, who is here, and those of you who are involved in the world of arts, and you know what anti-apartheid struggle. Judy doesn't really need an introduction, but she, I think just in the last week or so, put together this wonderful workshop at the Peterson Museum with a group of young people from the Windy Bar canvases to produce artwork, kind of just reflecting, thinking about 1976. And then there's another group, and they're not here yet, but their artwork is there. The Community Art Mobilization Project. And those of you who know Dean Hutton and their team will understand that they've been working in very radical solidarity spaces. They're also known, a part of them is known as the Visual Intifada. And for those of you who live in Johannesburg, you know about the guerrilla warfare that's taking place on the walls of Johannesburg in relation to solidarity with Palestine. So I'm making those points now because even though what we can do over the next 2 days will be to discuss, debate, engage with papers that wonderful people have produced, also see that the space here also contains the interventions by artists and the work that they have done, especially with young people. I was hoping that I could introduce a group of young people who are here, but they're only coming a little later. And that is, we've been working over the last week or so with a group of young people from Palestine, maybe from the West Bank, the Palestine Youth Forum. And they have been engaging with social movements like Uprising. They have also, in fact, launched our conference proceedings with a public seminar at the end of last week. And they decided to come here because they wanted to engage young people in South Africa, engage discussions in this conference, and hopefully we'll also be able to hear from them about their own experiences. So I'm now going to ask Kamala Naidu, who is the Dean of Humanities here at the University of Johannesburg, to say some welcoming words. Please, as I said last night, this work around the conference has been a collaboration. And for me, certainly, it's been one of the highlights of the work around this conference, to be able to work with colleagues like Tsepo, Salim from UJ, Sifiso, who I've seen around from UNISA and others. And so it's really been really important and wonderful to have that kind of collaboration. And the Faculty of Humanities has been an important partner, the History Department. I see the other colleagues here from the History Department as well, who have supported SECO in helping us put together this. So thanks, Camilla, for being here this morning.
So, good morning, colleagues. Good morning to all of you. Good morning to all the panelists and the organizers of Lua Difficulty. So I welcome you on behalf of the University of Johannesburg to this a very important event, 1976 at 50 conference. And I'm very pleased to greet you all here at the lovely UJ campus at Soweto. So I've drafted a few kind of points here. I'm going to just speak to my script. It will be less fluent, but more focused on the message that I've drafted for you. So let me begin by saying it's an honor and a privilege to gather here in 2026, 50 years after the school pupils of Soweto changed the course of South African history. Almost felt like I was back in 1976. We meet not merely to remember a critically important event of the past, but to engage with this as a living legacy, one that continues to shape our democracy, our institutions, our politics, and our understanding of justice and human dignity. On the 16th of June 1976, thousands of school children took to the streets in peaceful protest against an oppressive education system structured to keep Black South Africans disadvantaged and in a state of servitude. What began as resistance to the imposition of Afrikaans as a medium of instruction became a defining moment in the struggle against apartheid. And the courage of those pupils, many of them very, very young, awakened the conscience of the nation, triggered further mobilizations, and drew the attention of the world to the brutal realities of apartheid rule. The youth of 1976 understood something fundamental, that education is never neutral. It can either liberate or oppress. It can reproduce injustice or become a tool for transformation. And the uprising then was not only political, it was intellectual, it was moral, and profoundly human. So it's important for all of us as scholars gathering here today, whether we come from the humanities or not, to continue reflecting and asking difficult questions about memory, about identity, about ethics, about language, about power, citizenship, and belonging. Being critical scholars mean constantly confronting memorable truths and imagining more than just futures. In this regard, the legacy of 1976 is deeply embedded in our moral and intellectual project. It would be great to see more scholarly work done on the 1976 Soweto Uprising, as well as the uprisings that it influenced. And I'm thinking in particular all the struggles in the 1980s. The 1980s school boycotts have hardly been written on, and the school boycotts of the 1980s, which I remember very well, added impetus to the mass democratic struggle of the 1980s. 50 years later, South Africa is democratic, and inequality remains severe. Access to quality education is still uneven. Many young people continue to confront unemployment, exclusion, poverty, violence, and uncertainty about their futures. Across universities and schools, debates about decolonization, language, curriculum transformation, and institutional culture reminds us that the struggles of 1976 did not end with political liberation in 1994. At the same time, we must acknowledge the remarkable achievements born of that generation's sacrifices. We speak freely today because others dared to speak when silence was demanded. We teach, we research, protest, publish, and debate in institutions that were transformed through that struggle. The students of Soweto expanded the horizon of possibilities for all of us. So let us keep our institutions progressive and open to all, including for our brothers and sisters from other African countries. This conference, therefore, I assume and I hope, invites us to a dual act, remembrance and a commitment to responsibility. We remember those who lost their lives, those who endured imprisonment and exile, those whose names are recorded in history, and those whose contributions remain unrecognized. We honor parents, teachers, activists, and communities who sustained resistance under impossible conditions. But we also accept and remember and commit to our own responsibilities, responsibilities to ask, what kind of society are we building 50 years later? Are we nurturing the dignity, critical thought, and social justice for which the youth of 1976 fought? Are our educational institutions truly inclusive and transformative? Are we listening to the voices of young people today with the seriousness that they deserve? I hope this conference will provide not only historical reflections, but also rigorous debate, intellectual engagement, and intergenerational dialogue. May it challenge us to think critically about the unfinished work of freedom and inspire renewed commitments to equality, democracy, and fundamental change. So to all our presenters, panelists, organizers, and attendees, thank you for your contributions, your knowledge, your memories, and your presence to drive this particular conference. And I wish you all the best in the days that follow. And from the Faculty of Humanities at the University of Johannesburg, I welcome you all to this campus and wish you a meaningful and enriching conversation and conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam. You mentioned a couple of key issues that resonated with some messages of last night. One being the unfinished business. And that also speaks to an important matter before us. We are reflecting critically as scholars do on the events of 1976, its meanings, its character, etc. But we are very aware that we're in 2026 and there's a lot of unfinished business. And last night, all of the speakers reflected on those issues as well. I think we also decided to have the conference here, not only because of the centrality of Soweto, but also to remind us, as I think I saw Mike Davey earlier, we this question last night asked about Morris Isaacson and the dilapidated state of not only Morris Isaacson, but of schools in poor working class areas, such as Soweto. So I think it's really important for us to remember all the time as we engage in the conference here that there are matters to deal with in the thanks again very much for being those very warm, welcoming words. Before I ask, and if Ali, if you don't mind coming forward, Savon, and Ali will be introducing the next roundtable. I would like to deal with a few housekeeping issues. First of all, I wanted to just ask the two cousins who've arrived to put up their hands because they've also been responsible for some artwork over 6-7 months. Where are you? I saw, there they are, okay. We get to unveil the artwork that we've been working with some young people for 8 weeks, every weekend, at the June 16th Interpretation Center, just talking, engaging, working. So thank you very much also for being here. There are many housekeeping issues. Many of the people here have been involved in conferences, and you know how things go, right? And we've got to change it at the very last minute. We have parallel sessions. So if you are in a parallel session and you want to attend a parallel session that is an uneven number, for the social scientists, uneven numbers are like 1, 3, 5. You have to stay in this venue, Kopano. Uneven numbers, so 2. The venue I counted is 152 steps from here to the venue in the Neurodiversity Center, but the student will take you and show you where that venue is. And that is all the even numbers on the program. Sepisha isn't here, but our kind of inner organizing committee should be called the program committee. This program has gone through about 16 iterations. And the reason why it's gone through so many iterations is because I was involved, that is the main reason. And secondly, some very smart AI people at our university said we kept on putting the program through some program in order to create a design. And about 10 or 11 times, the program that came out of that AI thing was not the program that we're given it. Okay? And so it took a lot of time to eventually make sure that the programs, there are 2 mistakes still on this program. Okay? The first one that I want to alert you to is that the chair for the session on women in 76 is in fact not Asher Kametsi, who on the program, Asher, you're chairing 2 sessions. But Asher didn't even know that. I'm telling you now. You did know that, okay? Asher's only chairing 1 session. And the other session is being chaired. Oh, I saw Anjali coming in, okay? It's chairing the session on women activism. And you'll see that we titled it Women Activism. We didn't title it The Role of Women. Again, being aware of the debate that we have to have. And then there's one error in the list of abstracts, but it's just coming up the wrong name. But we will speak to that at the time. So there's the program, and then we, as I said, I think last night or maybe 6 minutes ago, we've been involved in a number of other programs. We were hoping to launch at this event a graphic novel on women in 76. Which is being done by Nati. Some of you will know Nati, who has produced some wonderful work. He does cartoons for the Daily Maverick and other media outlets. He also did the wonderful From the River to the Sea last year. which got banned by the Israeli government. They attacked the bookshop where his book was being sold. But as with all artists, they don't know what deadlines are. Okay? So it was meant to be done at the beginning of May, and we're going to launch it. He's given his apologies. He's not going to be here today because he's doing the final touches, but he will be around over the next couple of days. But we will let you know about the launch of that graphic novel. It will be available online, but we will hopefully give each of you hard copies of it. Part of that process has involved interviewing women who were involved in 76, and there's some women here who've been interviewed. And in fact, Mahata and Anjali have been involved for several years now on a project which I think is still called Women of the 70s, isn't it? Okay. So am I right, Mahata? Women of the 70s. Unsung heroines. Okay. And the two of them with other women from that generation have been interviewing and working with women from that generation. So that project has been working alongside the work that we've done. And Uhuru Productions has been interviewing people. And there's an important matter. There's a list, which I've not yet seen yet, of people who we're hoping to interview. And Riyad Desai and his team, Duncan and others, will call on people to be interviewed for 15 minutes or so of art or paper, because we want to put the proceedings of the conference, on our website. That leads me to my penultimate point, which is you can see that the cameras all over. People are taking photographs. The proceedings are being recorded. If you don't want to be recorded, please let us know. Let Sepisa know. We will make a note of this, and we will delete photographs of you, video recordings of you in the final work that is done around the archiving of the conference. I think that's it, according to the instructions that I've been given by Sepisa and Lucinda. I'm now going to, there is a final point, sorry, I've got to emphasize this. The program is very tight. So we appeal to the chairs. Salim isn't here, so I can gossip about it. Okay? You can't chair the way that Salim did last night. Okay? Where you smile at the people and hope that they will see your smile and decide to stop. We can't have that. We need the chairs to be really disciplined, right? And to alert speakers to the time allocated to them. We also, Salim, the reason why we laugh at Salim is because I've used you as a counter example of how not to chair. Okay? And we're saying, Salim, that we can't smile at people when we want them to stop talking. We've got to tell them your time is now. Okay? You've got to stop talking. And therefore appeal to all of us who are presenting. We sent out messages asking you to prepare for a certain amount of time. Please adhere to that so we can keep the program moving along. We've asked students to direct you to the venues. They will come into the venue to ask you to kind of round up the discussion. There's ample time given for coffee breaks, for conversations, and of course we'll also have dinners for people to engage informally. So please, that's critically important. I know it's very difficult. We all know that we have a lot to say. We are super intelligent, we're super smart. We want to talk for hours, but please, try to stick to time. In the final session, I am going to speak about publication possibilities. There's several ideas that we have that we want to implement quite soon after the conference, but I will say more about that in tomorrow afternoon. But I'm now going to hand over to Ali, so that I don't get accused of doing what I'm telling other people not to do. Thank you. And if the speakers could come to the front as well. So far,
Thank you, colleagues and friends. I made a short remark that I'm privileged to know the three panelists who are in this session. However, after receiving their profiles, it turned out that I actually know very little of them. I hope you won't be disappointed. I will not say everything that's in the profiles. I will just insist you not to bambala banana and just pick up everything there. On my extreme right is Mahamita Mudipe, the recent recipient of the Order of the Silver. Umama Hauta has a long history as an activist, particularly in the Black consciousness movement, beginning in the 70s, involved with SASIM, SASO, PC. She was a student in one of the Bush universities, and when they expelled her, she took up the full-time job of the Black People's programs and got involved with the students of 76. And Miriam, I had an opportunity to interview not so long ago for the problem that you mentioned, that will be part of the archive of 1976, part of an attempt to break away from Soweto exceptionalism. We see the story of 76 is beyond our backyard here in Soweto. She is from Cape Town and played an active role in 1976 in organizing a student life in Salt River, and she was part of the people in the Salt River 10. And I'm sure in the conversations that we see a little bit more about them, as the conversations are also autobiographical. Comrade Opa, I've known him for a very long time. He has worked for several newspapers as a journalist, Soweto, Sunday World, and we've had a good relationship. In my previous life, I attempted to be an actor. And when journalists wrote good about us, we write them. When they wrote critically about us, we didn't like that. But we created a good relationship. These few words of introduction, I'll ask Comrade Opa to be the first, because he does have another commitment that is hovering around and might need to seek out during the question and answer session. Yes.
Thanks, Program Director, Ali, and my fellow panelists. To me, this is a great initiative by the universities to organize this conference. I always remind people that in 1976, Seth Masbowo was 15 years old. Hector Peterson, as you know, was 30. John Steenhuisen, the leader, former leader of the DA, was 3 months old. So if you analyze the ages of these people, you see what are the life chances of people depending on the scheme walking. It's now 50 years. It's a matter of us to say, are we making progress to human beings? It looks like it's a difficult call to meet. To make my remarks, I also want to say, as I was talking to Professor Spisonzo, that we should never tire to tell the story. I used to fight with horses that who just made. Used to say to me, I am tired of being called every June 16 to talk about June 16. And I would say to him, if you don't tell it, who should? If the country can battle with the memory of 50 years compared to the story of Jesus over 2,000 years that is never forgotten and told with precision by different international, interdenominational churches, how come it's so easy for a 50-year-old history to be forgotten compared to more than 2,000 years history? So this is about the struggle against forgetting. Because those who do are doomed to repeat the horrors of the past. I also want to make the remark that we live in a world that doesn't recognize children. In 1976, it didn't matter that Hector was a child. The system had to defend itself. And Hector was in the line of fire. To save on time, I'm going to read what I've prepared for this event so that I economize on time. As I've heard our welcoming address, I also want to emphasize that if education can either oppress or liberate, so does power. Power can oppress or liberate. I begin. Politics, it's about power. Power can oppress. Power can liberate. And power gained from the mandate of struggling people can be squandered. South Africa has become a laboratory where the squandering has become limitless. Conferences such as this are meant to be a reality check. The question is simple. Is South Africa a picture of what liberation promised? Honesty in grappling with that question is what brings scholarship back to politics. Out of that scholarship, we are reminded that historical authenticity matters. Anything else is a thriller. And thrillers are what Hollywood specializes in. Truth is not a thriller. Truth unites and truth divides. Truth can make one lose friends. Truth can also earn one enemies. This initiative matters because it is service-oriented for the public good. Where criticism arises, it comes not from malice, but from concern that the vision must not be fulfilled. For me, this is the renewal for the tertiary sector, an open invitation for peer review, a pledge for truth, to the effect that truth is not a game reserved for those in power. As Colin West reminds us, the condition for truth to be heard is when suffering speaks. The first thing humanizers do is to deny the humanized a voice. Tyrannical systems persist largely because those who suffer under them fail to collectively challenge their subjugation. Frans Fanon put it plainly Every generation must, out of relative obscurity, discover its mission, fulfill it or betray it. On June 16, 1976, the students did not betray their mission. That is the significance of June 16 Uprising. Out of the graveyard of Black people consenting to their own oppression, there was a resurrection of student leadership enough to declare, enough is enough. It echoed Frederick Douglass in 1857. The limits of tyrants is prescribed by the endurance of those whom they oppress. That limit reached breaking point on Wednesday, 16 June 1976. The students took the struggle from the classroom into the streets. The issue had moved beyond language of instruction and curriculum. Liberation was back at the center. It was in posters lifted, it was in the freedom song sung, it was in the slogans chanted, for whatever, ever, never. The state response did not care that these were children. The brutality was a repeat performance of Sharpeville massacre in 1 March 1960. Between 1960 and 1976, it took 16 years debate at the United Nations to adopt a resolution that apartheid was a crime against humanity. I don't know how many years it will take for the world to see that is a genocide in Palestine. That resolution came into force 18 July 1976. That is the significance of 1976. We would be mistaken to believe that the struggle began and ended between 1948 and 1994. To echo a welcoming remarks. That was a period when colonial conquest took formal form in public policy and legislation to legalize racism that was already in practice. I always joke as well and say, at Bartholomew Dias, who set foot on the African soil on the 3rd of February 1488, had he stayed longer, the uprising would likely have been triggered by the enforcement of Portuguese. Jan van Riebeeck came later on 6 April 1652 and stayed longer. Afrikaans evolved to be the language edge of oppressive public power. The antidote was Black consciousness, and the media proved no less a part of the oppressive ecosystem. The reputed editor of the Daily Mail, Alistair Sparks, called Black people non-whites in his newspaper. Even when Black journalists like Bokwe Mafuna submitted stories referring to their subjects as Blacks, the term was flagged and replaced with non-white. This is a liberal editor of a liberal publication, the Indian Mail. When confronted, Sparks coined a term, Afro-Colossus. He couldn't get himself to call Black people Black people. Afro-Colossus meant Africans, colors, and Asians. The ability of those in power to name those who are powerless. Mafuna, that time was the deputy president of the Union of Black Journalists, resigned in protest. After harassment, detention, and banning, he was forced into exile in September 1973. The UPJ president, Eddie Mashabela State, Eddie Mashabela, When Mafuna left, John Matera became the deputy president of the Union of Black Journalists. Matera was banned, detained, house arrested, and prohibited from the newsroom, the Star. When Matera was banned, Joe Traore succeeded him as deputy president. I'm trying to show that even the enlightened sector of society under racism and oppression were not blameless. At the start, Maud Mutanyani was denied access at the start, was denied access to white female toilets. It only changed during her pregnancy, when denial became embarrassing to visibly sustain. While detained in Modabi prison after June 1976, Joe Crowley received a letter from Jam owner Jim Bailey dismissing him and cutting his salary. Bailey said to Crowley, "I've warned you enough to get out of politics." And on the grounds of his imprisonment, he was fired. The lifeline came when editor Percy Koza hired Joe Crowley as a features writer. Contributing writer to Daily Dispatch, Mapetra Mohapi, died in police custody on 5 August 1976. When Stan Mujwadi took over as editor of Drum magazine, he named his column after successive derogatory terms black people were called: Anti-Stan, decaffeinated Stan, cooperative Stan, plural Stan, and black Stan. Not only did black journalists reclaim their pride of place in the profession, they brought empathy and Ubuntu. The rush for the story did not take away their humanity. When Hector Peterson was shot, Sam Zima and Sefi Tema did not just chase the story, they also ferried the mortally wounded Hector Peterson to Kumulong Clinic. The energies of hate endure in post-1994 South Africa. And this hate is fear to be human. Because people who are responsible for humanity equate equality as oppression itself. Because of this, black and white people in South Africa do not have a joint truth. The white races, liberation and terrorism. Black people died for liberation. White people killed for oppression. How long must this last? 50 years after 1970. Does truth have an age? Or is it ageless endeavor? Can truth give up or retire? Once people have seen the light, it is impossible to make them see. On June 16, 1976, the students saw. And because they saw, they acted. They did so not to betray their mission. Our mission now is the same: to refuse to sanitize history, to insist on historical authenticity, and to speak truth even when it costs us friends or ends as enemies. That's how the scholarship returns to politics. This is how we honor 360. Thanks.
Over, we will get an opportunity to comment. I'd like to ask Comrade Miriam to
I've been asked to relate my lived experience 1976, I believe I was invincible and fearless. I believe that it was there for victory. I was prepared for it. The late Ghana Omani said, you're only planting seeds. You might not see the fruit. Make peace with it. I don't know. But I didn't believe I would see the day that came on. But in the backdrop of 1976, Cape Town was going to force removal. I'm one of the children that lived in this six and witnessed it. My immediate family were of the ones that refused to move until the bulldozer came. And then with the bulldozers, but it was not only this. Simonstown, Claremont, and well, the entire. And June, Soweto came in that period. So the conversation of injustice in District 6 was already like. It was trouble, it was underground, and people were told not to talk publicly because you would get arrested. We had people arrested in District 6 for the forced removal that time. I was at Soweto High, 1976 was and I had the privilege of having a history teacher by the name of Yusuf Kampu, who made me do further and further than that thing. In fact, at home, the conversation was going, and I was privy to those conversations about language, about removal, about inequality of education, all these other things. And I, as a 15-year-old, could see the fear of stepping forward for justice equality. In 1976, Soweto came about, the conversation became unstarted, and voices started getting a little more fear, and people started not being afraid to say it. And we were protesting in solidarity with Soweto because we were Afrikaans speaking. We had Afrikaans classes and English classes. So what's the problem? We speak Afrikaans. So it was not for us because it was Afrikaans. It was because other people somewhere else of our people being subjugated because of the language. And we were not going to let that slide. Now remember, we were 15, 13, 14, 15-year-olds. I think the youngest of us was 13. We didn't know anything about what is democracy, what is all-time self-help. These things you people together, institutions, we were children. I remember when we needed to pick a school committee, Governor called me into the gym room and he says, this is how you do it. Go back out. This is how you make it. In 5 minutes. And I went out and we went. And in that school committee, it's a matter of what do we do now? How do we move forward? What is it? Why are we here? Why are you all standing here? What's the point? And then the conversation started over. And we strategized. Okay, let's break us up into groups. We started commandeering the school. We again started what was later adopted as each one teach one. Because we were teaching one another exactly what we started within our family. On the 1st of September, the students on the Cape Flats came out in Belgravia Road. While we, these various school committees, were called Major SRC or something like that, was called to Livingston High to debate what do we do next. While we were debating, the other students were down in Belgravia Road, being shot at out of the cash heard of the culture. And in that Major SRC meeting, I proposed we can no longer sit in our cordon of quads and schoolyards and think we are doing something great. We are singing to the choir. We need to take the struggle to those who is enforcing this upon us. take it to them, straight to them. And there was big debate. And people are trying to do something in government of the time, but all the people who said it's suicidal. If you go and go alone, you're not joining. Our people that we find today that make up the most noise were not prepared to step forward for freedom, justice, and I got up and I said, if you're not going, we, South of the Highlands, going. And if you want to go, you can come, and if you don't want to go, that's okay. The next day we got to school, for the mass meeting in the central court of South of the High, and Yusuf Kabru got this, so he's got it, it's still alive. He was standing on top of the balcony, and he showed me, come upstairs. And I left the meeting, and I ran upstairs. And he says, Miriam, there are consequences for this decision. Can be consequences which you need to know, will you be able to live? And he was very serious. He says, you might not even get beyond South Africa, you will all get killed. He says, you're going to tell me now, are you prepared to take the consequences that come to you? It was during the month of Ramadan, so I was a bit afraid of the life. And fasting. So I'm ready. And I told the guy. I said, okay, I'm there with you. And I went back downstairs, I said, let's go. We're ready to go. Of the guys, I went the day before, the 2 days before, I was going through a process of how to do a march, which was inspired by me, by the process the Indonesians does when they go on Hajj. When they go on Hajj, their multitude is enormous. And they walk in a formation where they hook one another by the arm. And the person who you are hooking is your responsibility. You get him in and you get him out. The bigger guys at the front, the stronger guys on the side, little people at the back, and the whole formation was explained to South Africa, including the fact if we don't make it, what is the strategy? And we had it at different points. If we get to Woodstock police station and we don't make it, what do we do? If they're firing at us, what do we do? And we explain to the students in these different classes where we were educating each other that the person that's next to you get up into a side street or higher up into Woodstock into university, find your way back to the school at whatever means you can. We thought we would not get past Woodstock the next day. I didn't. I knew this is where the ship is going to happen. I knew. I was like just keeping, as we were coming down the road, my eye was on Woodstock police station. I kept saying to my, in fact, I was reciting. And I looked at the police and I kept saying, now. I kept on coming back. And I got past. But I couldn't believe we got past. I said, we're through. Let's keep going. And we went. Probably 19% for town. The entire garment industry left what they were doing and coming. That much went on the second September. After that, leadership of South Africa was arrested, a whole lot of charges besides and it was a whole so today I haven't let our charge speak. I'm talking. But we were all arrested. The guys, 9 guys, were kept at Woodstock police station, on the police station. I was isolated. I was saying propelling them straight into solitary contact. The people that carried me through that time were the prostitutes on Wicked. They were in the cell next door. Huh? And they said, "This star, who's there?" And I said, "What? Ah, Muniri boss lost me." You know, I didn't always understand it, but I knew it was their name. And was this lead time here? Every weekend, there was a prostitute that was picked up for Mavis Devil Eyes. Because she would say, Mavis Devil Eyes, be a day. And she would encourage me. And she would say to me, "Wouldn't it be possible just like stand your down there?" And Mavis, I never met face, never saw because I was in Southern. They used to come to the courtyard to go to the shower, but they closed my gate at that time and make sure that I don't have. But Mavis is one of those people I will remember forever. Mavis used to, because of the cells were like in the outset, they were on the side. Mavis would throw me a cigarette. At 15, I don't smoke. She'd throw me a Jacob Moda. Okay, and then of course I would smoke a cigarette. But all of that having happened, when we were out on bail, our own community had turned against us. Don't let this one tell you that don't, because our bail money was raised by Christian. NJC said, "We do not fund, we do not pay bail money, we do not a political." Christian Institute women went on the street in Africa with bake sales, cake sales. And this is what I need you to look at when you look at 1976. The enormous role religious institutions played and not played in this stuff. The Anglican Church was one of the most, I don't know what you can call, they were just there. It doesn't matter what we needed, how we needed, what we did. Those priests and fathers were there for everyone. And that is no longer there. They recently had a thing at the St. George's Cathedral about being dating, but I'm not somebody that deeply buys into intellectual masturbation. Okay? I don't get carried up. For me, it's a matter of do and get done. Okay? And that is lacking. And 1976 brought that for us. Everybody would invite me and say, "So tell us about what it was like as a woman." I don't know. I said, "I'm the worst person to ask. I'm the absolute, because I was never seen as any lesser than the guys. Ever. Up to my nearly 70 years old. Never. And even today, they still see me as just one of the guys. But this is what I want to bring to you more than anything. Each one of you, each and every one of you, need to turn to one another and apologize to each other for having allowed this country to get where it is. You've allowed party politics to separate us, which was never us in 1970. It was never us. It was a civil movement, mobilized as a civil movement, and we did what we did as a civil movement. When party politics came along, it became platform politics and performance politics and individualism. That needs to stop. Apologize to our people because we are anguished. We are despondent. You have betrayed us. As leaders, you have betrayed us to take this country forward. I think.
I don't know where to start, but maybe I would like to speak to the journalists today that approach us and say they don't want to write about anything, they just want to write about the march. For them, the 1976 March is the only thing that happened. They don't look back as to what contributed to that. And as you see that after ANC and PC were banned, then the Black consciousness movement came in to occupy the space because nature does not allow the vacuum. So that happened. We were young, all of us. We mixed with positive people, and in the end, 1976 happened. But before 1976, there were a lot of things that happened. For instance, one of them would be the Viva Frelimo rally. It also heightened the consciousness of people. And as Black people, we were living under the oppression. We need to admit that apartheid was brutal. And it was coming in all forms. Education was just one of the things. Africans was just one of the things. And as Black people, as I was growing up in the township, the conversation was about the Boers. The Boers were all the oppressive people. They were called the Boers. And that heightened the consciousness in me. And then I went to Morris Isaacson. The teachers there were dropped out from university. People were chased away, like I was taught by them. And those things instilled the consciousness in me. And then I became a founder member of SASA. Then I went to university. When I was chased out of university, I came into the office of the BBC. I found that they were already working on the African issue because the proclamation was declared in 1974. So I just want to say that 1976 was just the pinnacle of the whole thing. It just didn't, people didn't just wake up and say, today we are going to march and there are going to be riots. Nobody talked about there were going to be riots. And what happened is things that people did not expect. People wanted to deliver a memorandum, and the system reacted the way it did. So I was asked to talk about where was I in June 16. As I said, I was working in the office of the BBC. We knew there was going to be a march. There were people in the adults in the BBC who were assigned to work with the students, but the students were doing all the decision-making. So we closed the office because we knew there was going to be a march. Later, then we discovered people were where I was staying behind Abu Asbat surgery because I was in Hamilton. There was a place called Muchini. It was sort of a shopping center. And people used to come there to loot after, because people were closing down bottle stores and all the municipality offices, and they came to loot at the Chinese. And the police were coming there to shoot at them. At first, we thought the police would just, you know. When the vans arrived, the barrels of the guns were planted. And then they would get out and shoot with guns that would cause explosion. You know, the waves would explode. And then they would order the people who are injured to carry the ones who are dead and move them into the van and go and deliver them. We didn't know where they were. And later, a convent of ours discovered that there was a full dark explore where the police were being done. Up to today, that I'm doing a research now. I spoke to a journalist of that time. He told me that himself and journalists witnessed the same bullshit where the police. So these are some of the untold stories of the city. So the police would shoot at these people and they'll go in and loot and go and dump it. So 1976 was the time I stayed a few days because I was right now away from the police. We're discouraging people from looting. We're hearing that people were being killed. It was emotionally, we were going around, you know, at the same time being scared of things. And eventually I was but I experienced it because as we are in so a lot of experiences similar ways. What led to students to be that every generation has, and because of the experiences as Black people, you prepare yourself for the war. And you know what that is dangerous because but because you know what you are fighting, you don't give up. I remember some stage when we stopped the kids were marching, they have police that they don't pay. They've already killed other people. And they go there and stole them. And some of them they didn't discover that they're those males and so they let them pass and they attack. So people devise ways of fighting the system while the system was doing. One incident was they came, where was staying was like outside, but from Rockville, covering Rockville and Tuesday. They came chasing that boy. About 12 of the police who was running at the back. No running, and as they seek to shoot them, like in the war, and then they seek to run and shoot. And when they came back, they found that this people ran. And we saw him go into people. He was holding his so this was the courage some of us. This is the courage some of us. And people were prepared to die. Because fighting for education was part of it. Message on rooms like apartheid. They stay in small houses. Our parents were veterans. We had to produce dog buses. All the systems. So when we talk about generation, like we had every year we go to I start agreeing to what we see. We have to talk about the experience, but what are we saying about what are we doing? And 1994 came and killed the spirit because there's a hope that and our people, I don't know whether we are, for 30 years, like 50 years, and for 30 years, a lot of us decided, some people rise and Facebook, and they don't come. And besides, some of the of Commemorating don't come. So that's why I said I'm now saying I don't know. I'll talk about and ask the elder people, we are now playing for nothing. Everywhere where we see we want to buy cars, we forget what we did in our country. And now when we talk about it, yes, most people are now 65. So there is a gap of a generation that never because all revolutions have been led by them. So now we say we want the next generation. And as the others, we are sitting on leadership positions, on chairs. We don't want to do this. People are sleeping in parliament. Yeah. They are appointing each other. And yet they are organizing. They don't give the space. So we are the people also contributing to healing the activity. Because we need to give the space. It doesn't matter how they come to fight for their liberation or their space. We have seen what's being unfolded. It was very successful. And some of the talents were against us. were against that. So let's give the space to the generations so that the generations can do their act, which is natural. So we should stop criticizing them. So my personal experience is what I said as we compare to the time. For now, I was always and I cannot look at those matters because I witnessed the measures and we are in a state of progress. We say we support. I will be able to stop Israel from killing them. So it's a cycle of oppression brought by humanity, brought by greed, and us, we sit and fold our arms and fight and fight. So this is a time for us to say what is it that we are doing to instill intergenerational dialogues, to bring back the relationship between the generations and talk about what it is that we need to free the children of Palestine. We are oppressed. We are a state of hunger, poverty, homelessness, unemployment in our country. Something also.
Thank you. We now take this opportunity to open up any comments, questions to the panel. Noted, without restricting the noted, the participants, or imposing how they should comment, please try and not be long-winded. Give us focused questions. If it is a comment, usually it is a comment. Not someone else may want to comment on your comment, but the panel will not answer. Number one is the gentleman. He's coming to the river.
Thank you very much, Doctor. I do understand that the theme of this particular session is about the memories of 1976. Can I just make the point that I do acknowledge the fact that we shouldn't tire to speak about 1976 as what Ngoyo has said. But by the same token, we should also talk about what did 1976 bring. There is an important aspect of the entire commemoration of 1976. I think Dr. Ali Somani, in his research article, he did mention that there are persistent calls for commemoration of 1976 to address the unfinished business of the liberation project in South Africa. This is something that we need to act upon. I'll give you an example. I stay in Orlando West. When I drive around passing Hector Peterson precinct, I don't have an element of pride in looking at that particular structure. It is almost in a dilapidating state, and it doesn't contribute meaningfully to the development needs of the people at this point in time. So it is important that we act upon what Dr. Ali Sowane's research articles have stated, that we need to transition some of the structures, like Dr. Peterson Memorial Principle, into structures, into public infrastructures that are able to speak to the development needs of people. I think I'm answering you as well. Employment, it addresses poverty, it addresses inequality in society. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks to the organizers of this conference. It's very, very important. Mema Hauta, I have a MA student here who's done a research on thesis on Diro. So if we can interview you, Tabelo, and I'm happy also to hear Yellow Melo. You know, we have a song about Yellow Melo. Me from Salt River. I lived in Deep River, and you mentioned Mavis. I don't know if it's Mavis small bag. The one that you mentioned, I don't know if it's Mavis small bag. Okay. But the point that you raised about in Cape Town, studying in Afrikaans and speaking Afrikaans, but you are in solidarity with the Soweto students. I've never heard of that before, so thank you for coming. And the last point, you know, when you say that these leaders have betrayed us, they sleep in parliament, I think we must talk more about that so we can change the country. The problems that we are having now is because of that betrayal. Thank you.
Good morning to you all. My name is Mpoko Menge, and I'm from the Dr. Peterson Museum. In fact, I've got two questions. One is directed at Mr. Opangwenya. I'd like to find out, since you said history should be told as it is, what is your view on the new proposed history curriculum that is going to be implemented in schools? My second question is basically directed at the previous speaker, the last speaker. In your view, how many people died in 1976? Because you spoke about the issue of the mass graves that you discovered. In your view, how many people died basically on the day? Thank you so much.
Most of them were comments, but I will have it to become add or subtract, particularly comment.
Thank you. About truth. With respect to 2016, it is clear that even the manner in which it was named, there was an avoidance of truth. If you call it Youth Day, it brings with it certain liberties that youngsters should enjoy. It kills the idea that it's about the liberation struggle. It kills the idea of memory. It kills the idea against struggle for gaps. Now, if it's a youth day, youth anywhere else find it welcoming to be attracted to entertainment, to attend chairs, and to view the day as a holiday. I'm not sure when they named this day Youth Day, what was on their collective mind. My grievance is that if you fail to name it, you will never succeed to name it. In this country, we normally find euphemism for words. I heard yesterday someone say, My kids at the primary school are even uncomfortable to call themselves black. What was the formulation of black in 1994? PDI, previously disadvantaged individuals. And to that, the AfriForum countered, we are the presently disadvantaged individuals. It was the battle over the tanks of peace. Others say their advantage is previous. Others say it is present. But that's how language, when dislocated from the vocabulary of struggle, destroys history, which is what is encouraging about this seminar or conference. To give an example, in 1988, I attended a conference in October. It was said to be a conference to bridge the gap between the big and the small business. I was invited to define what is an informal sector. It was a wrong choice I think they made because I didn't possess the business speak. What I noticed in that conference is that able-bodied black people stood up one after the other saying, I, as a previously disadvantaged individual. These were able-bodied people in suits, driving fancy cars. Actually, I was the poor speaker compared to them as a student. But psychologically, I noticed something because I spoke before lunchtime. And one of the speakers at that conference was Professor Louis Taker, the Brits. It's seemingly I had spoken the truth that is not compatible with business speak. I was talking the truth that was threatening opportunities for the business meeting. When lunch broke, in tables that are scheduled to sit 10 people, no one wanted to sit where I was sitting. The funniest thing happened when Professor Taker came to sit with me. A lot of black people came stampede to want to sit at that table. My validation was the presence of Professor Taker coming to sit with me. You see what happens? And Professor Taker said to me, if I was black, I would have said the name to say. It's a pity that people of your experience do not speak that truth. So the truth has a career limiting implications. It also scares opportunities. Black people confuse opportunity battles with their experience. And what I've noticed, especially of the group, they want to win as black people, but they never fight as black people. Their BE defines them for opportunities to make money, but not for the experience for which BE was a justification policy. That's the truth. I think we must be very true.
Yes, I would like to talk about spaces. You know, spaces should represent history, should represent culture. But unfortunately, in the country here, things like museum are designed by people who don't understand what that kind of museum. I was, I'm a former detainee of women's jail. Every time a new director comes in, he or she commissions a person to redesign the museum. Somebody was talking about Mom Vesta's name. Every picture of Mom Vesta and myself were removed. So the changes that are being done, they are done by people who don't understand. We had to fight with Bob Abraham. They were removing the place where, you know, they were redesigning Hornhill as a tourist center, disregarding the history on the side of the women who were detained. And when she discovered, she called us, we came to fight and stop it because they were going to put carpets where there were cement, the things that we experienced, and they were making the cells nicer. And the cells were not nice. The cells, you do this, you reach the wall, you do this, you reach the wall. So if you redesign, you are doing it according to what is happening now, and especially that people are now using paper. So I agree with you that the Hector Peterson, I don't know, I don't watch his like as a person, I've never been to the apartheid museum because who designed apartheid? Who designed the freedom park? Who gave money for it? We need to question those things. Why are we commissioning people who were our oppressors to find awareness? Why don't we say that we have a lot of people who so there are right now they are designing that prison. The theme is going to be Mandela. Even people from Mandela Foundation were saying, is Mandela's name not over? Because there was so good, where there were so many people. There's history in the township where we stay. There's a street here in Modetani where about half of the people who went to Robben Island produced 16 states. And in that street, there are people who were banned to stay there. There was photos that nobody saying anything else. So we need to really go to the country and design and have signs of important houses and places according to our needs. And about renaming ourselves, we are also using right now in the TV they say what Black Africa, Black South Africa, White South Africa. They don't know. And we are native, we're native. There are so many names. We are previously disadvantaged. How can you call yourself a princess? So the names are important. And we need to change how we define it. As a product of Black consciousness and the teaching that's why when I sit in meetings, I start from the first step. It's our country. We work on the side. We don't have the courage to claim our space, even the small space as Macau. We sit at the back, and at universities, we allow people, okay, they are learning from other countries to do their job because we don't want to. And then we claim we are not doing it. Which we need to go out, and people who are retired like us, who are professionals, they need now every time, I'm retired, but you need to start doing something with your life to contribute to the community. So let's do something and work so that we can honor all those fallen heroes, Steve Biko and the Jews. Let's do something and stop talking.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Can you please end here? And then I'll ask
Thank you. This has been fantastic. Thank you very much for speaking truth to your own ways. I'm going to ask Salim just to say a few words, and then we're going to break for coffee. We're doing well with time. We really want to start the next session by 11 o'clock, so if you don't mind having a coffee quickly. Don't burn your tongues, but do it quickly. And then the panel on the national purpose will be here. The one on arts and culture will be in the neurodiversity seminar. Sorry?
Thanks so much for that panel. All of us used to say at OPA, I remember, would repeat this, they're changing, fabricating history while the actors are still alive. This is what we have seen over the past 50 years. But it's even worse now. there are moves to remove our history. And I hear the young man from Hector Peterson Museum ask a question about curriculum. And I've listened to what Mamhota talked about, the importance of the younger generation understanding. At the moment, there are people in this room, including in the history workshop, there are people like Brother Ali, Noor, Sifiso, and others around the country fighting a huge battle to stop the limited curriculum we have from becoming even worse. I want to give you an idea of what is happening. The Sharpeville Massacre as a senior phase topic, which existed in grade 9 textbook, that will be removed. It will only now be in grade 12. There was a section on the Black Power movement, on Malcolm X, Stokely Carmichael, the Black Panthers, in grade 12 textbook, entirely removed. No equivalent content, ideological tradition of the Black Power movement, or the Black Panther movement, Stokely Carmichael, not replaced with anything. The US Civil Rights Movement, grade 12, it existed. It exists actually at the moment, but they are attempting to remove it. In the amended curriculum, it is entirely removed. Congo, Patrice Lumumba, Tanzania, Nyerere, Ujima, which existed in grade 12, but the entire post-independence period and all the lessons offers us and future generations entirely removed. Right. Can I finish and then? So I want to make a suggestion. Yes. Can I suggest, Sifiso, for this conference, instead of leaving it in the hands of a few people, that as a whole, as we used to do, we used to discuss policy in our organization. Let me finish, Sifiso. Can I say that we have special discussion? We open up the floor. I just want to finish. We talk so much about Palestine. That is another area, and there have been debates. There are other issues as well. So I want to suggest, Sifiso, I know a person like you and others who are involved in this would not want to see this happen. I do know that there are others who are promoting this. So I want to suggest, in the spirit of Black consciousness of the 70s, where we debated these things openly, because it's not about us, it's about our future and the way history is seen, that we get together and make a proposal from the different organizations that have come to this conference, because some of us have not been approached, and I think all of us, like the Hector Peterson Museum, like other organizations, have to have a say under the leadership of groups like the History Workshop, etc. Thank you.
I'm going to have to now ask Sifiso to, I'm bringing the mic to you, Sifiso. I have to ask Sifiso, but Salim, you've opened a conversation, which is really important. But we also, Sifiso has to be given an opportunity. I don't know whether Sifiso is going to say this, so I'm going to say it. Sifiso chaired a ministerial committee with I saw Sikiba. Oh, next to next to him. Sifiso responded, and I'm going to ask us to break.
Yeah, no, it's only for a minute. Look, he's the deputy chair of the ministerial task team that is busy with the district curriculum. All what I'm going to say is that I just hope, because it's still an open session for public comment, I hope you've submitted those comments, because soon, I think when in June or July, we are sitting and going through the comments from the public. I hope you've submitted your comments in terms of everything that you said to me, because it's there, it's open, it's in the website of the Department of Basic Education. We are going to consider all the comments. And I'm not going to say anything about whatever you say. But our intention was not to boil the ocean. We're not going to boil the ocean, because we are making the previous people responsible for the curriculum look good. There was no Robert Sobukwe. There was no Azar. They were never mentioned by name. What they did is said the liberation struggle in South Africa was a civil rights movement strike, like all involving all the Americans you named. And they didn't mention anything, whether it's a unity movement whatsoever. They were never told. So that's all I'm going to say. I just hope that we can make the submission. I'm not sure when is the closing date. Wow, it's tomorrow. It's tomorrow. It has been up for the past 3 months, so you can't, 2 or 3 months. If you haven't done anything about it, you can't. So if you're so committed, you can do something by today, do something by tomorrow. Because soon we are meeting, we have to consider all the public responses and the comments. And that's all I can say for now.
Just 2 lines. The process of revising the current CAPS curriculum, it's not something that started yesterday. It's something that started in 2015. And there have been public consultations along the way. We have consulted with educators, people who teach history, subject advisors, over this whole period, starting in 2016. We have been to all the 9 provinces in the country and spoken to educators. So obviously in the process of consultation, not everybody can be reached, but these were things that were stated publicly about where consultations are going to be, where people can actually make submissions. So it is perhaps a bit unfair to say there's an attempt to impose this curriculum without consultation. The processes have been open for a very long time.
Thanks, Sifiso and Sikiba. Colleagues, we need to break now for tea and coffee. During the break, there will be students who will direct you to the neurodiversity seminar room for panel 2. Thank you.
I'm gonna go to TV.
Nice seeing you too. How was my name? Great. Oh, okay. This is the line, the line. Oh, I'm the eldest. Right. My I'll go into the group. Is that the case? No, I disagree. My sister, my younger sister, yeah. You don't know all in this quick space.
Oh, you want to touch?
Exactly. You represent. He's the last one as well.
So I wanted to say, I went to the same school, and where my brother went, so their blazers were given to me.
This is what my sister. Yeah, I went to no, but when there was a fight
Okay, solve the problem. I'm getting people to.
You now.
I'm not.
Oh, he's coming.
Yeah, don't make it our age.
So I will.
Let me check.
This is when you're charging it.
This one, but this one is not a first charge. It's this one, but it's not a first charge.
All right.
Let's
But I
try.
think it's going to be faster than my laptop because it's going very slow. It will be charging on my laptop. It's like only 30% though. But I think South Africa.
This side. Let me help you. It's okay. Yeah. Understand.
Some of the things that I can
Look at your time. We'll let him do this.
For everyone who's outside, we are going to start in this room in 1 minute.
Morning. Morning. And you are here?
Yeah. I know that process complex. So I heard it yesterday night. Because yesterday night I went to
Which? I was over there.
yeah.
Yeah. Was okay. Was 150 people. But as 10 minutes before, and I was sitting at the stage here.
Oh yeah, it was.
Then I was going after the.
Me too. I also left. I didn't stay for the.
And then you never know how long that is.
Yeah. Me too.
Okay, Sipiso and Nadia, we're about to start. So, reminder everyone, this is panel 1 on national protest. If you are a culture vulture, you are in the wrong place. It's a 76 generation.
Welcome, everyone. By the time it's your turn, the slides will be working. Welcome. My name is Connie Benson, and I've been asked to chair this panel. My job is very simple. I'm going to introduce the speakers, and everyone will have 12 to 15 minutes, and then we'll still have time for discussion. So the session goes until 20 past 12, and this session is on national protests. So Dinga Sekwebu is going to be speaking about Langa Nyanga groups with Lagunya in Cape Town, Western Province. Happy Benya is going to be talking about Galashewe, which is in Kimberley, in the Solplaiki municipality, so Northern Cape. And then Chipo Malloy is going to be speaking about Tembisa, which is East Rand, Gauteng province. So we've got 1976 in a variety of places from a range of angles. And I'm looking forward to the presentations and the discussion. So we're going to start with Dinga. Dinga Sekwebu is a retired trade unionist, although I don't believe he's ever going to retire, thankfully. He worked for 25 years as the head of education for NUMSA, the National Union of Metal Workers of South Africa. He participated in the 1976 uprisings when he was in grade 9. He was a student at the Mile Secondary School, which is now called Oscar Nteta Mapeta High School in Yanga in Cape Town, amongst many other things. So I will hand it over to one of my favorite teachers ever.
Good morning, colleagues, comrades. Thank you for the opportunity. As Connie said in the introduction, in 1976, I was a grade 9 Form 2 student at Caesarea High. And thanks again to the organizers because I've always been of the view that the June 16 story is normally a Soweto-centric story. That how the rebellion took place in other places somehow not captured, and or if just an echo to what is the dominant. My paper is also a response to my children who always ask the question, how did we, in the context of the repression, the restricted media, and biased official broadcasters, were we able as students in Cape Town, to organize the uprising and to sustain it for 5 years. And you would understand why that is important for them, because their experience in the growing literature centers various forms of media as the main technologies of diffusion in uprising. How did this happen when the SABC, when the master voice, newspapers were owned by dominant classes in society? And so I'm hoping through this paper I can answer. I mean, my answer, just to put the argument up front, is that the existing social networks in these townships were the technologies of the and the idea of social networks in historical analysis refers to a dense network of practices that facilitate and govern relationships.
And these networks, in the instance of 76 in Cape Town townships, included youth clubs, affiliation to sporting bodies, clan associations, which are important for burials, and other extramural activities. And sometimes when the story of 76 is told, there's what I would call a very narrow political interpretation. And this dance network is somehow, and the role that this network plays in facilitating, sustaining the uprising is not important. Let me just say quickly, because I know that people the experiences of the rebellion is different when you hear example Lisa, we hear Kalashiwe. Although it was a matter of days after June 16 in Soweto that the student body at the University of the Western Cape responded on 18th of June. The uprising took about 2 months to travel into the townships of Langa. And it started on the 11th of August, 1976, and it was a rainy day. And I'll tell you what Cape Town weather has. And that boycott of classes continued right up to January 1977. And the rebellion went through different phases. First one was just about galvanizing support from teachers, scholars, and I would call it scholars on the other side of the railway line, because we know that railway lines provide and organizing parent support. There was also attempts, as Miriam said, to take the struggle out of the towns and organize marches into the city center and also stairways by the third prong of the student rebellion in Cape Town and in the 3 townships also involved a campaign to get the students who lived in this or were born and their parents were residing in this, but who were schooling outside. And I would say that according to the census done in that period and in the literature, 75% of high school going then didn't study in Cape Town. They were studying in boarding school in the state. So it was a big campaign of how to get those to come back and join. The fourth phase of the rebellion was to make the townships dry. 2 weeks for civilians to settle and after that, no moving around. And this campaign lasted from September 28 up to January 1997. The last one, just say what happened in Cape Town was a big war that broke out in December around Christmas Day between the hostel dwellers, inverted commas, migrant workers, and that was 2 days blood over. Quickly to just say, there are maybe what is particular features of the rebellion in Cape Town. And Miriam did say that, unlike in Soweto, the immediate trigger wasn't after, even in the land of the big word that we learned on the 11th is the word we sympathize. When our parents ask you, what are you? It's such a nice big English word, we sympathize. And then the issue of the Africans came later.
And unlike in Soweto, where there was a Soweto student SFC, and there were Black Parents Associations, coordinating structures. As I said to many people, in those townships, the 4 high schools, the 4.5 high schools, agreed that we don't form a committee, we don't have elected structures, we meet every day at IDT's high, which was the central school, and discuss, and the chairperson is elected. And as I normally said to the fees must fall when they say, you know, our organizing strategies for this organism. We are said, look, that's what we did. The third thing I just wanted to say, although only one person in the people that are in the group were involved in 76, claimed that he was the name of Sazim, the other people I also didn't see or experience Sazim. Fourth thing is that I think it's important to know that throughout the 5 months, there were negotiations with the department. And that meant that the director of higher education in the Western Cape, Dr. H. Owen, came to IDPs, was one of the delegation to go and meet. We said, no, he must come. And these negotiations and demands sometimes in the over-politicization of that is. Just two last things about the uniqueness of that period in Cape Town is that unlike some of the major cities, there were fewer, using naming for ourselves, fewer African people. The majority were colored people, and the Africans were and an important part of that, which is linked to the Aislinn line framework, is the fact that there was a preponderance of migrant workers, hostel dwellers, who had no children. And you can see how that led to the fissures. More last night talked about 76 and the expansion of high school education, the policy in line with the colored labor preference area, there was no significant expansion. For many years at that time, there were 2 high schools in Cape Town. IDPs, they were built in 1973, and my school, Sizamile, was in 1970. And the half school, the foreign half school, was a school called St. Durban, which was started by the Roman Catholic Church for students who were expelled in the Eastern Cape in the boarding schools, also as a sign of the rising tide of high school militant study. Let me just say that I call this a youth rebellion. And by youth rebellion is rebelling against everything. There was clearly the state, but there was also a rebellion against our parents. It was for many reasons. There was also a rebellion about dominant religions. And I always tell people that some of the key leaders of the Umbumbu, which one is off, by September 10, and Brenda Fassi's brother Kenny was one of the leaders, turned to Islam around this. And there was also the questioning of the traditional political movements. And the last thing is that sometimes these were 13, 14, 15 years old. So this was a rebellion, and youth cultures came into this. And I always talk about how songs were the hits in 1975, and to feature. let me just talk about, there is evidence, 2 minutes, there is evidence that at the two schools where the rebellion started and organizing of the march, that the planning happened in what is called night start classes. Because there was no electricity, we boys went to school to start between 7 and 9. And the planning of the uprising took place at the night. Also, the youth clubs that were in the Bantu Administration Board community center were like the breeding sort of, for some of the leaders that the leader of Laga High School was the same head prefect, battalion plan. And some of that, if you have this horizontal, you needed some people who somehow were recognized as leaders. And sometimes, unlike, for instance, 9 schools on the other side of the river line were SRC, not everyone, but some of the prefects began to play. And I just want to end and say that this idea of social networks and existing social networks is important to explain why were able to sustain. I hope that Connie that I kept the 15 minutes and I'm going to come to the other
You have 20 seconds that you can hold again to tell us what happened after the 5 months. Okay, is it, Chapo, are you happy to go next? Yeah, okay, we'll go here. Chapo Malloy. So here we're going to be speaking about Tembisa. Chapo Malloy is a senior lecturer in the Department of History at UJ. His PhD is from BITS, and his research interests lie in histories of liberation struggle in South Africa and Southern Africa, oral history and local histories. He co-edited a book called Guerrilla Radios in Southern Africa, Broadcasters, Technology, Propaganda Wars, and the Armed Struggle, which came out in 2020. And he is the author of a book called Place of Thorns, Black Political Protest in Kroonstad since 1976, which came out timely in 2015. He has also published extensively on student politics in South Africa, and his current research is on the history of COSAS, the Congress of South African Students. So over to you.
Thanks, Connie, and good morning. So this is a national protest. So I'll be talking about what happened in Tembisa Township, which incidentally students took to the streets just a day after Soweto erupted on the 7th. So what I want to show, and I'm happy that some of the speakers from yesterday and today have touched on this, that in as much as it is important to discuss about what happened on the day, it is also very important to look at what happened before so that we can understand what led to the protests. And I think it's Miriam who spoke about fearless, being fearless. I mean, this is important because this was a brutal system. So I'm going to touch on 4 points. First, how just related how students in Tembisa were politicized or conscientized. So the first point that I'm going to talk to is their meeting or interaction with the former prisoners, especially those who were from Robben Island. And then the second one is the role or the significance of the debating society in terms of conscientizing young people. And the youth and community clubs. Pratima just spoke about some of this. And finally, the role of the Black consciousness movement. So Tembisa is in the East Rand, what today is known as Ekurhuleni. And then it's established in 1957, just three years before the Sharpeville massacre and the repressive laws which came after that during the 60s. So you can just imagine, I mean, it was, this is the country made up of people from different areas who were moved, forcibly moved, including those from Alexandra Township. So in the early stages of the township, people, I mean, did not know each other that well. But I think the other reason that since the establishment of the townships until 1976, there was very little protest in the township. It's because of the repression during that period. But also, I mean, as we know, the period, the 60s, I mean, the South African economy was booming. I mean, people were employed, and there was also, I mean, the municipalities were also trying to provide basic services without increasing rentals and so on. So I think a content that also played a role in terms of making the townships to be a bit tranquil, if you like. Now, I argue this is presentation is drawn from my MA that I did some time ago. I argue in my dissertation that the demonstration in on the 17th of June were not planned. Pre-planned in the sense that, for example, in Soweto already on the 18th of June, there was a meeting where they discussed and took a decision that they will march on the 7th, on the 16th. Though they did not know what would happen, how the day would end. In Tembisa, a meeting was called on the 17th in the morning, just after assembly, to say we are going to demonstrate. But I also want to indicate that, I mean, this was not a knee-jerk reaction. And I'm trying to show this by demonstrating that already some of the students, particularly leaders who led the demonstration, were already by 76 conscientized. So they were aware of what was happening. Now, in the post, after the March 21, 1960 demonstration by people after the peace had called the positive action campaign. In Tembisa, then some of the supporters of the peace started to establish cells, underground cells. And of course, as we know, in many cases, I mean, they were arrested and some ended up on Robben Island. But towards the late 60s, some of the people who had been arrested were beginning to be released. And then in Tembisa, of course, there were those who came back. And because of instructions that people received before they left the prison, then they started to identify young people that they could start to conscientize and even recruit. All right. In Tembisa, for example, there's one old man that I interviewed for my master's dissertation, Dr. Simon Ramohale, who was from Robben Island. And then in the interview, he mentions how he started to interact with young people. First, I mean, he was, after his release, I think he joined work for Saturn. So his way of getting into contact with young people was through education, you know, slowly gaining trust and rapport with these young people, but then over a period of time started to talk politics. And by 1972, some of these young people in the township were beginning to were politically aware, having been conscientized. One of them was Mthuli Kashezi, for example, was pro-black consciousness. And unfortunately, Mthuli Kashezi, because of it, was vocal and started to organize. He was murdered in 72 at a state train station. It was pushed, and then a moving train just killed him. So during that period, there were a growing number of people who were beginning to conscientize and leaning towards black consciousness. Some came from Alexandra. Some of you probably know people like Taminiele, artists. So those are the people who are beginning to interact with ex-political prisoners, but also with other young people. Then that was one way in which young people use as a route into politics. Then the other way in which young people used to gain political knowledge was through debates. I mean, many schools in the 70s had debating societies. Like Glazer writes a lot about this. Tembisa as well had debating societies. Initially, I mean, the topics were apolitical, or soft topics, but gradually they started to become political. So that's one way in which young people also got involved in this political protest. Then there were also other routes in which brought or drew young people into this politics of the time. The interaction that some of the young people in Tembisa, students in particular, had with their peers from Soweto as people were moving around. I mean, an interview with one of the leaders, or one who became a leader of the demonstration in Tembisa, Michael Figo Magara. The interview mentioned how he started to have contacts with people like Mutsisi, Martin Robi, who by then, people like Martin Robi were already in contact with some of the ex-political prisoners, Joe Gavi, some of the trade unionists, Edward Shabamu, and so there was this interaction, movement, and sharing of ideas, to the point that Figo Madara was instrumental in the formation of the Tembisa Student Organization in 1975. So by the time the 16th happened in Soweto, already had this group of young people who were politically aware. Then the youth clubs, and which were both in churches but also communities. So it also, I mean, there was also a space that young people used to discuss, share ideas. But in that space as well, you also had people who were trying to expose young people to black consciousness ideas. So they started to grapple with these ideas and started to discuss. And one of the interviews I conducted with one former member of one of these community clubs, unfortunately all these people have passed on, Maputi. So he says that because of this interaction and ideas, so they were invited in one of the seminar, I think it was St. Peter's Amaskara, and he was a question was raised in that conference that who do they think? I mean, it was an open question to everyone. Who do they think that emulated Jesus Christ? And he says after looking around, no one raised their hands, decided to stand up and say, Steve Biko. And that was it. So this shows, I mean, this gradual politicization. Then finally, the Black consciousness movement. It played a role. I mean, Tembisa, as I indicated, there were quite a number of people. I mean, there were not many, but quite a number of people who were supporters or adherents of the Black consciousness philosophy. So these are the people who started to inculcate these ideas on young people. But most importantly, and this point was raised earlier in our previous presentation by Mema Hauta, the role of teachers. So you had teachers who had been expelled or suspended from Bush colleges, particularly from TEFRO, because of the 1972 Tiro affair. So they came back, and some of them were employed as part-time teachers in township schools. In one of the teachers that people that interviewed always mention is that Ralph Mutiba, and it is everyone that I interviewed is that he played an important role in terms of conscientizing them. I mean, they will say that he will teach them the curriculum as it was expected, but then he will infuse some information about Petrus Lumumba, about African history, right? So for these young people, then that started to excite them, but also they started to observe the racial discrimination which was happening in town, right? They'll go to town and they'll see. But then they start to question this thing, what is happening here? So when the issue of Africans was introduced and it started to affect their pass rate, then they started to question the significance of learning in Africans, right? But also, it was Africans, it was immediate, but already there were all these other factors that they started to question. So on the 17th of June, after assembly, when the student leaders decided that no one was going to go to class to learn on that day because they had to go and march in solidarity with their counterparts in Soweto. It was easy. No one simply have resisted that. So what I'm trying to point out in this presentation is that, yes, discussing what happened on the day is important and subsequent to that, but I think it's also important just to understand what happened before that so that we can really grapple and comprehend what influenced young people and made them so brave during the course of the 76. Thanks.
Disciplined comrades here. Thank you. The next speaker is Happy Vena, and she's going to be talking about Kalashewe and exploring the political activism in a forgotten Black township. She is a master's student at Solplaik University, and she is an emerging historian committed to uncovering marginalized histories. So it's a great pleasure to have you on the panel.
Thank you so much, Gwen. So as we are gathered here, as we commemorate the 50th anniversary of June 16, the day that marks the bravery of students who stood up against unjust education system and for truth and nail for the chartered dreams of Black children. This presentation honors that legacy by exploring the lesser-known acts of student defiance in Khanishiwe. Their struggle, like that of the Soweto, was a fight for dignity, equality, and a future beyond oppression. So the late 1970s were marked by an upsurge of student activism that swept across the country and revived the liberation struggle, as many leaders were either into exile, imprisoned, or burned.
So the students took up the fight and fought against apartheid. As a result, the Soweto Uprising stands as a poignant reminder of the students who fought against who fought against oppression and paid the ultimate price in the liberation struggle. However, not all acts of student activism have been explored. Most of the existing literature tends to focus on major urban centers such as Soweto, Johannesburg, or Cape Town in townships like Langa, Nyanga, or Bugeti. Therefore, the historiography of Kimberley student uprising has slipped through the cracks of history and is somewhat left behind in the literature of South African student resistance. However, the literature deficit of Khanshiwe student uprising can be attributed to the fact that Kimberley's black community has always been regarded as conservative, apolitical, or out of the mainstream media. As Benjamin Pokrats points out that it is the same reason that informed the apartheid government's decision to place Urobek Sobukwe at the house arrest in this area. And then the significance of the study lies in its attempts to document the histories of the people from the below. It aims on challenging the dominant narratives, such as the perception that the Northern Cape did not contribute towards the liberation struggle. Firstly, it will examine the relationship of structural forces, such as that of the Bantu education, and how it influenced students' agency rather than constrained it. Okay, and then during the course of this research, I utilized the quantitative research method, and I drew on archival material from the African Library in Kimberley. I used the DFA, which is a popularly known newspaper in Kimberley. However, the DFA at times reflect the colonial and secular perspective in a way that they reference black resistance, where they say it's terrorism, destruction, or vandalism. Therefore, I utilize oral testimonies to mitigate these biases. And then I used the oral testimonies to recover marginalized voices of the people from the below in a marginalized or peripheral region of the Northern Cape. So the causes of the Khanshiwe student uprising, firstly, it was because of the shock of what happened in Soweto, and therefore the students, they stood in solidarity with their counterparts in Soweto, despite the fact that the Khanshiwe student uprising occurred 3 months after the Soweto uprising. This was partly because of the June academic recess, which delayed their immediate reaction. And then secondly, many scholars championed the notion that the Bantu education was the cause of the student uprising that occurred throughout the country. And then the Khanshiwe student demonstrations reflect similar dynamics where the Bantu education was characterized by dilapidated infrastructures and severe overcrowding, as well as limited resources such as textbooks and qualified teachers. And then the Black consciousness movement also shaped the student politicization and conscientization in this area, where leaders such as Tanamile Mapija was one of the students who were enrolled at the Bantu universities such as Teplo, and then who came back at home during recess or were now hired as part-time educators who started relaying these ideas of consciousness to the learners or students at that time. And then lastly, the rapid expansion of schooling, where Ikhalishiwe saw the construction of new schools between 1970 to 1974, which made it easier for students to mobilize. And then, so what happened in Ikhalishiwe? On the 2nd of September 1976, several students from St. Boniface embarked on a protest and started pelting beer halls in this area. This was mainly because of the change of how they changed in ideology, where they saw beer halls as institutions that were meant to derail the Black community or dismantle the Black community structure. And then they started demonstrating. The police fired rubber bullets and batons at the group of students who were demonstrating on this day, as depicted by the picture where learners from Soweto High Primary were running amok in terror after witnessing the police firing rubber bullets and tear gas on the students who were demonstrating on this day. As a result, 5 students from the St. Boniface were now detained, Among them was Usipho Sylvester Majola, who emerged as an influential figure in this protest. He was one of the people who were influenced by Robert Sobukwe. As I gathered, from what I gathered from the film, was that Usipho Majola used to carry Robert Sobukwe's briefcase every time he left his house to his law office at Royal Street. So his house is, Majola's house was like 3 houses away from Robert Sobukwe's house, making him one of the few people who had regular contact with Robert Sobukwe at that time. And then the impact of the protest. On the 3rd of September 1976, more than 200 students from St. Boniface and Tshireletso High School embarked on a peaceful march to the Transvaal police station, which is now known as Palamila Beach Police Station, singing Nkosi Sikelel and holding up placards that read, "We want Sipho," making them the first black students to march to a white police station at that time. And then, interestingly, halfway through the students' march to the Transvaal police station, Brother O'Brien, the principal of St. Boniface Mission School, was seen talking to the crowd of students. He assured them that he sympathized with them, and then he further encouraged them to focus on the upcoming examinations. He mentioned that he hoped Umajola would also write his exam. And lastly, he urged the crowd to disperse peacefully. One of the study participants mentioned that by this act, Brother O'Brien prevented what could have turned into a bloodbath. And then there was stone pelting and firebombing that continued throughout the township in the aftermath of the initial protest. And then on the 10th of September, the township was showered with pamphlets warning residents not to participate in any malicious activities. These pamphlets were dropped from a light aircraft that cautioned the residents that they would have to pay or repair any damage that would be sustained during the protest. This was a clear attempt by the authorities to discourage a student protest by instilling fear of financial consequences. And then following this police repression and intimidation, the 1976 Khalishiwe student protest became dormant. Later, on the 16th of September 1976, the DFA reported that Umajola and several others were released on 200 bail after a brief appearance in the Kimberley Regional Court. However, oral testimonies collected during this research challenged that account by saying that while other students were released, including Joseph Rakubu, Umajola remained in police custody and he had to write his examinations in police custody. And then he skipped the country after being released due to the fear of being given a heavy sentence. He later went to Botswana and to Tanzania, where he joined the PAC headquarters. And then the continuation of resistance. The resistance did not subside in 1976. It later continued in 1980, where students staged a 3-month boycott, class boycott, which led to the collapse of education in Kimberley, where students would go to class every day and just stay at the assembly instead of going to class, and then they would start singing liberation songs and reciting poetry and so forth. On the 8th of September 1980, the Minister of Education, Dr. Ferdi Hartenberg, was supposed to come and discuss the ongoing class boycott in Khalishiwe. However, students took their textbooks and dumped them at the Abantu Batu Center at Khalishiwe, which resulted into multiple arrests. About 112 students were detained on this day alone. And then the frequent police detention and pupils hindered the educational progress, which led to an ultimate decline in Kimberley schooling at the time. As a result, most of the pupils had to repeat their grades, while others abandoned their studies and went to look for a job instead. So the legacy of Khalishiwe students is that Khalishiwe students resonated deeply with the cause of the Soweto students, which inspired them to take an active stand in fighting against oppression. Although their resistance was short-lived, it reminds us that townships like Khalishiwe are not merely footnotes in the liberation struggle. They were crucial to its making. Recovering these histories is about recognizing the students' agency and of that of the communities whose contributions have long been overlooked. With that, I thank you.
Very much. we have a few extra minutes now for our Q&A. And I'm sure that there are lots of questions for you. So maybe we'll take a round of questions and then the panel can answer. Okay. See a hand there. Oh, you got it. There, there.
Thank you very much. It's been amazing to listen to all of you speak. I am Nomgabo Lamini. I'm from an organization called the Southern African Alcohol Policy Alliance. We are working on alcohol policy in South Africa. One of the things that we noticed in the historical account that in any way speaks about June 16 is the silence, the complete silence on the issue of beer halls. Whereas in most of these accounts, when you hear them in spaces like this, you hear that one of the first things that young people wanted to deal with was the issue of beer halls. And I'm glad, Nonhlanhla, that you have it written down because perhaps something is going to be heard. And I heard Laura as well also mention that that was a very, very critical issue that was noticed by young people in 1976. Currently, as a country, we're facing a serious, serious crisis as regards alcohol. And we cannot deny that literally every social ill that we are dealing with currently is enabled by alcohol in one way or the other. So my question to you would be, do you think this is intentional? Do you think it's just because the focus has more been on Africans as a medium of instruction? And what could you possibly suggest as what we can do to change this? Because we cannot continue going down this road. The effects of alcohol can no longer be denied. Thank you.
We'll take those four and then we'll give them.
I have two quick questions. Nonhlanhla, Majola, is he still alive? Sorry, I'm so very fast. You did mention on the city, sorry. And then, and I don't think that is a criticism. I just probably have slow this. And then, Mr. Sikwebu, I know that you had said that what was happening was very much in this manner. But I was just wondering, the parents of the children who were standing up in 76 would have been there in the time of the Sharpevanga, well, it's 1960. And I just wonder if there's any connection, any influence of their experience on what happened in 76 in those townships.
Salmona, the government name is Usman Ali Susibia. And I'd like to talk to what you had mentioned around beer halls and alcohol. When it comes to these protests, especially about 76, do we read these beer halls or should we read these beer halls outside of the taverns and the shippings that were happening in our communities? Because from my understanding, the beer halls were mostly government owned because there was a law that we couldn't own. So most women who were in the township would start their shippings, and this shipping queen thing has been hanging over us. Should we read the shippings and taverns outside of these beer halls? Are these two different structures? Because as it was rightfully said, we do have an alcohol problem that is continuous in the country. Thank you.
Okay, I'll just pass.
I just want to address the young lady who spoke about the alcohol problem. In 1976, when we recognized it as a problem, we physically went shipping to shipping, waited after delivery, and destroyed all the alcohol that beckons. Everybody's sober, and we're going to make sure you're sober. And it did work. So what I'm trying to illustrate to you is no matter how much policy you write, if civil society doesn't get all theirs, we're going nowhere. We're going nowhere. We can talk have all of these conferences, but if we don't mobilize as communities against these things, it's a losing battle.
Thank you. I think all of the presentations also gave us a lot of insights into all of the work and networks and politicizing that went on before the moment of 1976. And I'm curious where the politicization around alcohol kind of came in as well. But let's start here.
Okay, I'm just going to answer you first with the politicization around alcohol and why they started destroying beer halls and taverns. It was mainly because of the Black consciousness movement, where they saw that these establishments were not meant to make the Black community to progress forward. Therefore, they knew that a sober mind makes better decisions. Therefore, by attacking these establishments, we try to make people come back to themselves and think soberly. And then with the other question that asked whether Majola is still alive, no, unfortunately he died in 1996, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, just before, is it before or after? No, it came, well, he came back in South Africa in 1996 and then he died after the general elections or, yeah, he died around 1994. Is it? I'm losing it again.
Thanks. Thanks for the questions. I think the issue of beer halls, I mean, young people in 76 knew and understood the role of the beer halls. Beer halls, we know that it was one way in which the municipalities would make money to develop the township. And they were strategically, if you go to the townships, unfortunately, in some townships are destroyed. But if you look at how they were strategically positioned, you know, when you get into the township, there's this beer hall here. And on Friday, particularly men, they would just pass by there, you know, drink. But then young people would say, we understood that it killed families, you know, because instead of using the money to support the families, they misuse the money to pay house. That is why, even in Tbilisi and other places, beer halls were one of the first spaces which were attacked and destroyed. But some of the young people, students then, they also looted the beer halls and drank, you know. So, I mean, issue of alcohol and alcoholism in townships, I mean, it goes way, way back. But I was just, I think it's Tuesday, I was watching, there's this podcast, David Mashabela, I think, which is popular now. He was interviewing one of the actors, Dauniana. He acted in one of his soapies, Reading City, yes. And then he says that in 76, he was coming back from Namibia where they were performing Ipito. And then when he got home, the whole room where he's sharing with his brother was full of alcohol. And this is alcohol that they looted in these beer halls. So it was, they knew that this was a symbol of apartheid that needed to be attacked, but they also consumed the very same alcohol. Right. So I think the influence of parents, from my research, I mean, both in Tbilisi and LX and other places like Kronstadt, the way parents were brave enough to talk to their children about apartheid and racial discrimination, but there were other parents who were scared, you know, to talk about it because they wanted to protect their kids. I was amazed when I was doing an interview for the radio program I was working with the Rapis, that some of the people who left the country in 76, high school students, they've never heard of Nelson Mandela because this is something that was not discussed at all. Some of them were being reprimanded. I mean, we don't discuss this, you know. So it was not uniform. You know, some people were scared, some parents were not so scared.
All right, thank you. I think the issue of liquor has been dealt with, but I think it's important to make a distinction. The first one is on the first day of the uprising, beer halls, which was the government institutions. And in Cape Town townships, there was the beer hall where you could sit and dine, and then there was the bottle store, which was also owned by one of the administration, which is like offset. So those were destroyed. And therefore, said, if you look at the annexure in the Syria Commission, there's people who died because of overconsumption. They became brain dead. And I know someone in my neighborhood died. So some of it was I think that is separate from in Cape Town, the campaign that was started to make the area. And this was discussed in a meeting at NY74 over the Apostolic Church, and the few of the comrades who turned to Islam, now when I look back, were the leading. And the discussion there was about what this does, communities, families. That's where it was great. Let's give all the shipments 2 weeks, sell their stock. And the rates selling happened, banning of the house, get the furniture out. So that happened. And the position of the keeping 3 times dry continued, and in many ways it caused a big fight of Black Christians, because the Shibis in the hostels didn't obey or agree to that, and some of the people in the township were sneaking into the hostel, and it is the attempt to close big Shibi called Kwanza that led. I mean, I know it's not 76, but about what to do, historians help us here. South Africa, particularly in Black communities, there's a strong history of temperance. I didn't know that the temperance parents went to church on Sunday morning, and then they would go to another church. They call it why are they going to this church? We don't know the children. Later in a seminar by Bona and someone I learned that Itempi is temperance because that the Buddhist speaking can't pronounce the I. So they call it Itempi. And this temperance movement still exists in Congo. I think what has happened is makes 2 religions. So I think the people who are working in the alcohol space, there's 76, but there's also, if I remember, in that this one of us said the ICU was the temperance movement among Black African people was the biggest. So I think historically, maybe this is, I'm not saying the temperance is bad, but I think the people that discussion. The last thing I just want to say, maybe anecdotally about if you are in Cape Town, 1960 happened, Walanga, massacre. So we knew, or I don't know, that 1960. But I think there was the scars of the freshness made the parents not to want to fall.
Let me give you the thing. In my township, there were 4 comrades who were under house arrest. I sat there next to Emma Peter, Oscar Peter's son, in primary school. And we didn't know that Oscar Peter was under house arrest. So we used to tease Temba. Hey, Temba Yago doesn't go to town. You know, he doesn't go to town. And he collects laundry, he works in the township. Melford Stillman, I can mention, who were in the same area. Our parents didn't when we making these jokes. He didn't tell us. So I think when I was talking about the intergenerational bond, when we discovered this, we wanted to know why you're not telling us about this. Why are you not letting us know about this? And there were people who were served 5, 6 years after 1960 at Long Island, and they were
Thank you. We have time for a few more questions because we have until 12:20. So Noor has his hand up. We'll go Noor, and then halfway to the back, and we'll end on.
Thank you very much. It's all wonderful. So a quick kind of flood of questions. So I agree completely that those networks were critically important and all over the country. What you're all describing clearly led to this kind of dense sociality that was not always explicitly political, but at the moment when politics erupted, they became important groupings that people mobilized around. But there were organizations. The question is how those networks connected, if at all, to things such as Young Christian Workers, the YCS, SCM, UCM. School Gillian Kabela talks about Young Women's Christian Association and in Soweto and how they were connected. So I wonder whether there were those connections in a way that they perhaps informed one another. Secondly, specifically to Dinka, maybe Miriam and Fatima can also comment. So as I understand it, right, in fact, there was a march on the 1st of September to Cape Town by students from Langa, Groups and Langa. And then on the 2nd of March at Salt River. So you talk about Langa, one of the important areas of protest was Bontivo, in 1976. In fact, there were marches from Athenham to Bontivo in solidarity with Bontivo. And so Dinga spoke about the railway line. The obvious question, Dinga, is were those connections made across the railway line, and whether the explicitly political organizations, even the social organizations, began to transcend those divisions in those areas. And then as I show me where the first person is, Mike, okay? And I suppose that the question for me that there, as I do this thing, is about how one understands the politicization. What are we talking about? Because we're raised in a kind of very general sense, like consciousness, right? But what kind of politicization happened? And in particular, why is it that around August, September, across the country, students come to realize that they need to organize solidarity with workers, and as equal work becomes important in Soweto, but we also have, so when the government workers join the march, how does that happen? Is this solidarity with our children, or is there something more political in that?
Thanks, Rob. Thank you. I just want to do something adjacent to what we're speaking about. And in all my knowledge, I don't think I haven't been able to find a kind of direct link between sport and the 76 uprising. But there are certain corollaries which I would like to elucidate before I get to the point. The main point that I'd like to speak about is the fact that I've gone through the program and everything else, and I don't see any direct or even inferred reference or discussion as to the major influences which precipitated or played a major role in the student uprising. And I feel it is, may I say, Prof, as an historian, I feel it is critical because of the distortions that have happened. But let me go back to the other point. An organization I belong to was formed in 1973, which was a crucial time in our history, coming after the Framitex uprisings in Durban, the workers and so on, and also the emergence of the Black consciousness movement in the early 70s. SACOS was formed in 1973. I matriculated in 1972. I don't mind dating myself. But the point I wish to make is when I was in matric, I already knew, and I must add this, I come from as colored a school as colored can be. And they were completely separated in 1972, but I come from a school where we had a teacher who informed us about Black consciousness. I knew about Black consciousness, and I thank that teacher because I've never joined any other organization. And I don't even want to mention organizations made politically. So I knew about it in 72. In 76, I became a teacher in Cape Town. And I also want to state categorically as part of this point that I've been living in Cape Town for the past 2 years, and I became a teacher in 76. I was 21 years old, and my birthday, which is next week, 2 weeks after my birthday, the country came out and erupted because they were so happy that I had become a teacher. That's a joke. And I turned 21. But I lived in Cape Town, and I'm perfectly certain that the influence, I'm not putting it as bluntly as that, the influence of the ANC in Cape Town in 1976 was zero, if anything. It was zero, if anything, unless if it was confined to people who were really informed. And this is the aside in 1982 with the organization I belong to in SACOS. We staged an historic event in Soweto at the Jake Tully swimming pool. If any of you don't know what the Jake Tully swimming pool is, those who do know will know that I'm not lying. But in 1982, we staged this event in Khalashie swimming pool in Kimberley. But anyway, let me get to my point.
If just going to give you 30 more seconds because we're almost out of time.
Right. My point is that in 1976, the ANC was moribund. In the words of Tom Lodge, the ANC was virtually moribund, and the ANC was virtually revived by the influx of students and people who had fled South Africa, and that revived the ANC. But everything related to the ANC, everything related to 1976 is attributed to the ANC, as was for almost 2 decades after 1994, where even Sharpeville was appropriated. I lived through agonies all these 20 odd years that Sharpeville was blatantly appropriated. And those are anomalies of history that I feel must be publicly corrected at some point in time.
Thank you. Yeah, there, and then keep on. If you could be really brief, then we'll give the panelists each 1 minute before we wrap up. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. The name is Steve Rede. This is to the last presenter on Hamishi. I'm actually curious that we can extend the movement up to 1980. This creates all sorts of a chronological problems if you like, and probably semantic problems as well. Between 1976 and 1980, you have Black Wednesday, and the impact of Black Wednesday is to obliterate the mass movement of the 1970s completely.
So that when unrest emerges in the 1980s, there has been a paradigm shift, both in terms of the ideological impulses and the political tradition, that drives the 1980s movement. But in other places, the 1980s movement would actually begin in 1980. So I'm actually concerned about collapsing the two movements, as if one is a continuation of the other. I'm particularly interested in that, interim period, because in Soweto what we had is, and Jeremy Sikkim speaks about that. Why was Soweto quiescent between 78 and 83? That is why I'm actually concerned about extending that 1976 movement to 1980.
It's just a quick one. Three very fascinating presentations, but my question is specifically to Dinga. It's on the issue of black students who are being sent out to schools in the Eastern Cape, to boarding schools more specifically. Why, and you see it across the country as well, many students in Joburg are being sent to boarding schools in Limpopo, in Mpumalanga, the various Bantustan's. What is actually happening that makes parents to send their kids out to those schools in the countryside? In a sense, these urban students would serve as a catalyst for political developments in those areas, but that's not the question. The question is really around why are parents sending their children from Cape Town to the Eastern Cape boarding schools?
Thank you. So we have 5 minutes left. So I'll just hand it, we'll go down the row for everyone to take a minute or two to respond to any particular questions or to make any final comments.
Okay, let me take the direct questions. There was a perception on that Fremantle, Hilltown, Lovedale, St. John's in the Eastern Cape provided better education. So parents had the hopes, wishes to get the kids there. But in Cape Town, the decision taken in 1962 as part of getting Black Africans out of Cape Town was not to build high schools. And there is a history about how parents battled to have more than 2 high schools per second. Now that my daughter is here, and my father was involved in that campaign. So yeah, I think that's a simple question. I mean, there were other questions. Maybe your office is just maybe around the corner. We can pick up the railway lines. But I can say in the meetings at IDTZ, there would be comrades who would be given a task to liaise with the comrades on the other side. And in a recent interview, some of the main people who were prominent, the Christian Institute and meeting in the Christian Institute office in Melbourne seems to have been the center of this interaction. And it is there that the question of the stayaways, the marches, maybe different dates to town was discussed at the Christian Institute. The last thing, which is a direct question, I think the question of the government, ANC, in that, I mean, I'm of the view that many of the traditional political organizations were caught napping. I said, I don't want to listen to things that I can give evidence, but I don't agree that the ANC worried about it. Maybe not the president. And I would just say that there are 3 political sides which I had to now and Cullen read the transcript of this trial. One is the Bethel trial, and in the Bethel trial, There were four Cape Town people, and the state was trying to show how that is part of the PEC. And the other two trials that are important is Mountain Kumbela and Lumko Kuna trial. And that's ANC. The third trial is Christmas Tinto versus the state, which was also the ANC. So, and it relates to what we now just recently.
Thanks. Thanks, Edwin. I think, I mean, just continuous question about networks and organizations. My research in Kronstadt, what I found is that some of the young people who were part of this church community clubs, they were also part of the young Christian workers. And as a result, I mean, in Kronstadt in 78, there was this big trial of some of these young people. But it also allowed these young people to politicize others, share ideas with others from their involvement with the young Christian workers. So then they became, I think, frustrated and impatient to the point that they started to lead towards armed struggle. So in Kronstadt town, there's a military base. And so they would, I mean, if you move from Maukeng Township to Kronstadt to the town, it's not that far. So they would walk. And then I don't know where they got the idea, but the idea was that they could get into the military base and then get dynamites. So I think they got set, well, I mean, later that they got a few dynamites. And then they brought them to the township, but none amongst them knew how to use them. And finally, the police got wind that they, and then three were arrested, and two gentlemen and one lady. And there was that big trial in Kronstadt without having bombed anything.
Okay, in relation to the networks, in Kalishiwe there was a student movement that was called Ichiro. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it correctly, but it's CHIIO, where it was a church organization for mission school at Tulbona Base, but it was used to kind of like mobilize the students within that church organization, which played a huge role in mobilization, mass mobilization of the students. And during the 1977, most of the leaders who were responsible for organizing the protest went into exile. That is why, okay, this presentation I did here was for my honors. I was only looking at 1976, but then later on with my master's, I started looking at 1980 to 1990, and there was just a lot of truth there, but I couldn't like discuss all of it here. But the 1980 student uprising is not a continuation of, like, I don't know the way that you said it. It's a separate period from 1976. I just, yeah, I thought I could put it here for now. And then, okay, never mind.
Thank you so much. I think these conversations will continue into lunch, which is now. And I believe we have lunch until 1:50. Thank you.
unless. Mm. Athi kumele mbona hawo ngapathi. Radanda mseza ngabo yonto dzapasina kule. Unathambo yodhisiwawo apha nomngola mkhulu. Unathambo yodhisiwa ola mkhulu. Unathambo yodhisiwa ola mkhulu.
One, two, one, two. This is two. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Abasokota nazo tomana ngeke.
Balance. Oh, wait. Wait. Don't press a button here. Don't press a button here. Sleep. A mistake. Yeah, you. You. And the tambourine in the way at the mix. Yeah. Ndisa ilani tiuna imwe site ni oita automatic what ndoitoma ka laptop otosala uri itomuwange ka mix oya ilani ya XLR yabuyanga hapo ifana hapo na converter ya ilani ya pin 2 tekene yo jana ka laptop nganje ukuto converter ukuto the hange kungu connect mara nga converter lani ya pin 1 ifana kaya size yo panga converter ya pin 2 pia hivi ine ya right for the top ya tomowa jafana ngangena ngapo kutomo converter bakungu kutomo converter nakore ngange ndiseti ya pin yo jenonga hapa noni ka converter ya pin ka ka laptop yarna pin tano ile mabuli ngaki sungo data mara mara ngondi ula kuna data kama wa mkono kwa ndikwambara kasi na umu nafushisa orako yachicheka nange achia ushaka umunwa and as camera dzinozvashumisa dzona the 34 when you want to call now ruti relaxer vanudza ngo hatina stress ofuna inovyerera zvoguluti ula munhu okulanga quality kungochiitwa ma 10 8 asinokuza mara quality nakuita simple ita ugai ula munhu nazvo okay mara bona bandira ni bona ya mroka ini kusiko machero ahuna stress ndi tamba ndi tshi swika nṋe ndo to namala na supplement. Thaidzo ndi yo tonga khou ṱoḓa muthu muthihi, muthu muthihi u khou dzhia zwiḽiwa zwa muthu muthihi. Vha songo vhuyela zwoṱhe zwi sharp. Thaidzo ndi yeneyi ya sala. Não vai ser essa com país. Nossa, com...
Ulan Marshall is a master student at the University of Johannesburg and is an aspiring researcher whose research interests include student politics, youth activism, and history education struggle in South Africa. So
Good afternoon, everyone. So the title of my research is, will this come to an end? Will we ever win the war? Student Uprising, Themba Hammanskraal. This is taken from my honors 2024. So one of the reasons why I chose to study politics in Hammanskraal is because I found a gap. Initially, my interest was trying to find out if there's any other event that happened or a protest that happened outside of Soweto. And since, well, in high school, we were not taught a lot about other uprisings. So I literally thought it was just Soweto, only to find out that KZN, for instance, was covered in Mpumalanga and Limpopo. But Hammanskraal was not covered. I find interest in Hammanskraal because that's where my mom grew up. So I just asked around until I went to the vets and I got to see Sylvia's commission, which then confirmed that in the 22nd of June, there was in fact a uprising in Hammanskraal, Themba. So I have a map here to kind of show you where Hammanskraal is for people who don't know. It is located about 107.9 kilometers away from Johannesburg and 52 kilometers away from Victoria. So it makes part of a little bit of Mpumalanga, the northwest, and Gauteng. It's a big place. But of course, for the focus of the study, we'll be looking at specifically Themba. And in Themba, I chose two schools that a demonstration happened, which is Trinity High School and Ratsebo School. Sorry for that. So the reasons why is it's because I wanted to show that rural areas did participate in the struggle, and also they also found themselves in particular challenges, some of them related to ones from urban areas. So in doing so, I conducted oral interviews. I conducted interviews because there was nothing in the archives. So I want to tell a story about what happened during 1971, 1976 in the 21st of June in Hammanskraal, Themba. For me to do so, I had to go back and look at, of course, the 1960s and how students were affected during the time. So I went back to understand what primary schools were like during the time, so that I tracked the reason why the 70s were happened the way they did, especially since Hammanskraal does not have any history before 1976. I couldn't find anything, and politically there was a lie in the student sector, of course. So I interviewed Mr. Chauke, who told me the story about how they did not finish the matric because of challenges that they faced. So one of them, so this way I could kind of find the experiences of not only people who made it to high school, but to kind of have a link to the community as well. One of the challenges was the Group Area Act, which forced people out of their homes. For instance, Mr. Chauke was forced out of Valmersdal to Hammanskraal, where he got separated from his mother and only stayed with his father. Another challenge, this also, the Group Area Act also caused a lot of crowding in schools. So that led to the platoon system in primary schools in particular. So another thing that the students there, including Mr. Chauke, was talking about was when the government decided to stop providing meals in schools, that actually affected a lot of students, leading to a lot of dropouts. If for people who came from a very unprivileged background. Of course, corporal punishment played a huge role in this, where students were brutally beaten up, especially those who did not have stuff like textbooks and resources they needed to actually go into high school. So this way, showing that yes, there are people who went to high school, but there are people who dropped out along the way. And the reason why I felt to add this is because Hammanskraal at that time had a high rate of dropouts. But for people who survived, we can now talk about the 70s. So I spoke to Mr. Josias Rawashi, who is a former teacher in one of the schools in Hammanskraal. And one of the things he said was troubling to them as students was learning agriculture, because he felt as if Black people were meant to be laborers, most specifically in agricultural settings. This is because Hammanskraal is circulated by farms. It's literally a farm. There were farms in Hammanskraal. So this way I was also able to see that not only did the 1976 represent the removal of Africans, but there were other line issues that were in Hammanskraal timber, like specifically. So while doing my research, I found Monachim Magau, who was very political during the time and was a student in KCLTA. But he actually was not around during the uprising. But this shows that there was some political awareness around the school. In fact, Dade Tahe, which is another person that I interviewed, was a friend of Nahim Magau, who left the country during the 70s, 1977, and soon after died in exile. They had a memorial for him last year. So Dade Tahe was the one that attended the school that was banned. So during the uprising, what happened was it was not really planned. They just went to school on an ordinary 21st and they read a newspaper article about what happened in Soweto, and that kind of sparked the flame. This way, I think we now can see how information can, interact and kind of circulate. Newspaper articles played a huge role in many cases. So while in the after the assembly, yes, after the assembly, they then decided to protest. So one of the students there had a matchbox and they just shouted a room, like the quote that I put there. Like if someone say direction, and then someone said staff room. So they started by burning up the staff room, then continued to burning other classes as well. They then moved on to the streets once the police came and started looting and burning down mostly white-owned properties, such as bakeries, and I think they even went to a sharing somewhere, and of course, a brewery. So after that, they went to Ratseko. This is why I included Ratseko Middle School. When they got to Ratseko Middle School, they couldn't really move on from there because more police officers came to just kind of cut everything out before it escalated. So I didn't find the prison records or anyone being taken to jail in 1976, but in 1977, when Mangope became the president of the Wikutazwana, because Hammaswal was part of Wikutazwana, that's when he started searching house to house for young boys who might have been included in the protest. So I just wanted to share the story of Hammaswal, and I hope I did a good job. Thank you.
Okay. So I just hope you carry on with your research, because I do know that the University of Pretoria and the University of South Africa are failing us in the sense that they are not doing the social history of black townships, which include Hammanskraal, Mamelodi, Sorosville, Soshanguve, Garamkuwe, Atteridgeville. That's why the Wits History Workshop has an advantage over them, because it does cover that space when it comes to areas like Johannesburg. That's why the University of Johannesburg will more or less join the University of Johannesburg as well in terms of covering those areas. Us guys, so in Pretoria, we've already started, we've already scratched the surface. This is why I'm just saying to appreciate. I hope to continue, because on the other side, we are not doing anything. That is why we have to make it a point that the structures like the Wits History Workshop should carry on and do the job that they're doing. Anyway, the next speaker that I will introduce is Professor Security Foy. I'll read, because I should not be reading much. Talking off the class, because we work together. But I'll read what is written. Sikiwa Kiwa Kutalefaki is an associate professor of history at Wits. He has published widely on the history of radio broadcasting and its use by both the apartheid state and the liberation movement, the Ndebele ethnicity in South Africa, popular struggles in rural villages and urban townships in apartheid South Africa, and also African migrants from the Southern African region of the white commercial farm. His work also covers the politics of knowledge production and the relationship between black anthropologists and black research assistants in the Southern African region. He has co-edited the book Guerrilla Radios in Southern Africa, Broadcasters, Technology, Propaganda Wars, and the Armed Struggle in South Africa.
Good afternoon, Dumelang. Just like Precious's presentation, my work focuses on a part of South Africa that we don't talk about when we talk about the Soweto Uprising. I want to start off by saying that no part of South Africa, no part of the country remained unaffected by this uprising, including rural communities, rural communities hundreds of kilometers away from the urban centers on the Witwatersrand. I think in the previous session in this room. We have listened to, you know, a paper on Hadishiwe, which is in the Northern Cape. So the title of my paper is Revisiting the 1976 Soweto Students' Uprising and its aftermath in the Bantustan of Leboa. Now, Leboa is represented on this map with those red spots up in the north, in Bobo. That's where Leboa actually is, and the focus of my study, which is really on a community in Zebediela, where there is this secondary school, is actually based in the Bantustan of Leboa. I've got a couple of maps here just to represent the geography where it's actually located. It's not far from Polokwane, actually, if you look at this current political map of South Africa. Zebediela is actually located about 55 kilometers south of the city of Polokwane. Now, in this paper, the focus is really on local history of education and the impact of the 16th of June 1976 Soweto Students' Uprising on schooling generally in parts of Leboa, but I focus more specifically on Matadi Secondary School. Now, I have to give a disclaimer that this is actually where I am from originally. I come from Zebediela. So it's also about part of my own biography. Although I wasn't a high school student in 1976, I was still at primary school. I was about 9 years old when the 76 student uprising actually happened. But my interest was ignited when I was doing a master's dissertation in 1994. And that is when I learned about, 76 and the involvement of Matadi students in that. So I looked more specifically at the influence of students from Pretoria and the Witwatersrand townships, the East Rand, Tembisa, but also Soweto. But most of the students at this boarding school, well, those students who were in the hostel, most of the students actually came from the townships of Pretoria. And so I'm looking at their influence and the escalation of conflicts between urban and local rural students at this school following the 16th of June 1976 Soweto Student Uprising. And I'm exploring the possible influence of Black consciousness ideology on students at Matadi Secondary School. Based on the fact that this school is located perhaps about between 80 and 90 kilometers south of University of the North, which is University of Limpopo today, Turflow. And so I was informed actually by some of the former students that I spoke to that, there were students from Turflow who were visiting their friends at Matadi High School. But I haven't found something more concrete to actually draw a direct line between the conflicts at the school in 76 and 77 and what happened at Turflow in not only 76, but in the period leading up to 76, from 1972. Well, there's a lot of literature that has been generated on the 76 uprising, but most of this literature focuses on what happened in Soweto.
and other urban townships on the Witwatersrand. Although even those other townships have not really been given sufficient attention. So I'm very pleased to hear, except for this morning, my colleague here, who's actually looking at the impact in Tembisa. So the literature is going. Most of the early literature looked at the students' revolt as an outcome of the failure of state reform and the influence of working class militancy against the backdrop of the victories of the liberation movements in the neighboring countries. Other literatures actually look at the role played by the ANC, the PAC and the BC ideology and contestations over ideological influence. Who does the Soweto Uprising really belong to? You find there's this contestation in the literature as to who it actually belongs to. Now, the literature has also looked at students' uprisings as a product primarily of students' activism, the influence of politicized Black universities and colleges. I think that's the direction where some of the literature is moving in that direction, including Anne Heffernan and company in the book that connected the Soweto Uprising with the Peace Must Fall protest. Then there's also literature that looks at the impact of the Soweto Uprising on other townships on the Rand and beyond, and the impact on Free State town of Velkom, and that's where Tsepomuloi's work again comes in. But nonetheless, with minor exceptions, there has been a general neglect of the rural areas that were influenced by developments in the urban areas. But from around, I think it's 2016, the literature on that aspect as well is beginning to proliferate. It's not actually not only from 2016, but even before. There's an article that I'm aware of by Silo Matabata, who has looked at the Soweto Uprising and its impact in Skukuniland. My own work, which is published in the co-edited volume of SADC, South African Democracy Education Trust, The Road to Democracy, co-edited by Ali Fongwandi and Swiso Dove, the colleague sitting next to me. I have published an article that actually says we really need to speak about the uprising in the rural areas as well. So that gives you a sense of the literature, the landscape. The methodology that I utilized to work do this research was to do qualitative research using a combination of oral and documentary sources. So I conducted interviews with former students of Matadi High who were there as students at the time, also former teachers, some of whom were there. But then I also went to the school itself and I looked at the school's records. And what I found most useful at this school was the principal's logbook. So logbooks are very significant. I don't know to what extent logbooks are still used to document the histories of what happens in the schools today. But in the past, at least if I could use Matadi as an example, you know, the school principals were very, very conscientious when it comes to what actually happens in the school. So they would actually write down what happens. And it was through looking at these logbooks, I was able to find evidence of the Soweto, the impact of the Soweto Uprising. I've also looked at other archival materials. I've gone to the National Archives. I've used the South African Institute of Race Relations annual reports, which are very useful in terms of just giving you an overview of what is bubbling where in the country, both in the urban areas and in the rural areas. I found that to be very useful. Newspaper clips as well are very, very important. And recently, one of the former learners has actually written an autobiography. That was also very useful in terms of just piecing the two together. And I was in 1994, it was before I became very prolific in terms of typing. So I was writing down, the transcript. So the picture there is a transcript of the interviews that are conducted, which are still in my personal possession. The arguments that I'm making are as follows. So I'm arguing that the shock waves of the 76 Soweto students uprising did reach many rural communities, even though the issue of Africans was not a major issue of discontent. In Leboa, it was not. And I listened to Dinga's presentation about how in the Western Cape as well, it wasn't a major issue, but the issue of, pledging solidarity with the children of Soweto was really what it was about. It was the same as well at Matadi High School. But at Matadi, the reason why Africans was not an issue was because the Leboa Bantustan administration had used their agency, the limited autonomy that they had, to do away with Africans as a medium of instruction for half of the subjects in the school. So Leboa adopted a policy where English became a major language of education, and then followed by an African language. An African language became very important. Africans continued to be taught as a language, but it was not, it was done away with. There was at first an attempt to introduce it, to teach other subjects such as mathematics, such as science, and so forth. But based on the results that the students performed very dismally, then it was done away with, and Leboa administration took or introduced a policy in 1974 that Africans would not become a medium of instruction for half of the subjects in the schools. So, and the second key point is that there was a complex mixture of urban and rural influences in some rural schools that thwarted the formation of a common consciousness and identity among students, at least until the mid-1980s. So there were divisions among the students. So even urban students were divided amongst themselves. It depended on whether you came from Victoria or Johannesburg. But among the rural students, there were divisions, there were still divisions in the 1980s between Christians and non-Christians. And so those kind of divisions made it very difficult for students to have a common awareness and to rally behind the idea that they should, take a stance against what happened in Soweto. The third element of my argument is about the University of the North, which was highly politicized in the 1970s. And I'm arguing, I'm making a tentative argument that it probably played a role, albeit indirect, in influencing political developments at Matadi Secondary School, as some students from Teflo frequently visited their friends at the school. Let me just give a very brief background about Matadi. So this is a community school. This is a school that was established by the community, the people of Zebediela. Zebediela is a rural location. It was established. The location itself, dates back to the 1890s when the Zuid Afrikaanse Republic demarcated land, specifically for the Kekana and the Rele people under the chiefs, the Kekana chiefs. And then in the 1940s, the Moshati, that is the capital, the rulers, decided that there should be a secondary school, and so the community pooled resources. And then this school was actually established. And it was registered as the Begela Central Secondary School with the Transvaal Education Department in 1947, renamed Zebediela Bantu Secondary School in the 1950s, in line with the apartheid ideology of changing things to refer to black people as the Bantu. So the school as well was changed to a Bantu school. And then it became Matadi Territorial Secondary School in the late 1960s after the formation of the territorial authorities. Then this was an ordinary day school. It's a co-ed school where boys and girls go. But then in the 1960s, boarding facilities were established initially to cater for students from outlying villages in Zebediela, because some of the villages are situated about 20 kilometers away from the school itself. So it would be difficult for learners from those schools, for students from those schools to come to the school, especially in the context when the public transport system was underdeveloped. But then from the moment that it opened its doors, this school attracted students from remote parts of Leboa, from rural villages in Leboa, as well as from urban townships in Leboa. Quite often when we speak about Bantustans, we don't recognize the fact that there are townships there as well. There are urban areas as well. So this school attracted students from Awelering Township in Mokopane, from Seshiro townships, as well as from other townships. They came, but a large group of students actually came from townships in Pretoria, from Soshanguve, Mamelodi, Atteridgeville, and other places in Pretoria. But then there were also scatterings of students from Soweto, from the East Rand, and so forth. And by the 1970s and 1980s, urban students, mostly from Pretoria Township, some, okay, I've already stated this point, but most students from urban areas occupied most of the spaces in the dormitory. So most of the beds in the dormitories, both girls' hostels and women's hostels, and the concept of umzi limzana were also used at this school. You know, most of the students there actually came from the south, from the urban areas, from Gauteng. Now, students from outside Zebediela were attracted to Matadi by its reputation as a center of academic excellence, almost like what you said to Diga about, you know, boarding schools in the Eastern Cape being seen as centers of excellence. In the same breath, we've got parents in Gauteng sending their kids to schools in the Northern Transvaal, in Leboa specifically, but in other Bantustans as well, because these schools had a reputation. Many of the schools had a reputation for producing very good results. But many parents were also concerned about their children growing up in crime-ridden and politically volatile urban townships. So they sent to these schools because they were quite peaceful and they wanted their kids to actually grow up in a sort of serene environment. Now let's get to Matladi Secondary School itself and the Soweto Uprising. So urban students played a central role in the call for a class boycott, and that immediately sharply divided urban and rural students and ignited violent confrontation in September of 1976. So nearly 3 months after the Soweto Uprising had actually happened, you actually have students say, now fighting amongst themselves, right? The urban students saying we need to pledge solidarity with the students of Soweto, but rural students actually saying it's none of our business. We're not there. And there couldn't be any mobilization around the issue of Afrikaans because Afrikaans was not an issue that had been done away with anywhere. But I want to say that before the 1976 uprising, there had actually been unrest in various schools, including at Matladi. And at Matladi on the 8th of May 1973, there was actually what was called the peanut butter strike. Peanut butter strike. And the reason why it was called peanut butter strike was because the boycott itself, the message was actually written in peanut butter. So, peanut butter played an important part in the diet of boarding school students. And that was also used as a weapon of struggle on this occasion, in that, in the dining hall itself, they wrote on the wall, they're boycotting classes. Now, but really the struggle in 1973, this protest was really around poor quality of food. And Jonathan Hayslop has actually written quite extensively about this in relation to mission schools from the 1940s through to the 1960s. And it spilled over into the 1960s and 1970s. So students actually protesting using food, but food, it wasn't just food. It was a cover for other things. It was a cover for things such as strict boarding school rules, the fact that boys were not allowed to fraternize with girls. That was one of the major issues that they were protesting against. Now, this strike actually divided students. The day scholars, that is students who lived in surrounding villages, said, well, this is not our struggle. We were not consulted to start with, and the issues around boarding school rules don't really affect us. And so they stood aloof. And when the boarders said we are not going to classes, they went to classes. And the boarders were expelled, were instructed to take their trunks and then go home. They only came back after 3 months, but meanwhile, schooling had actually been continuing as normal. So this was a huge division leading up to 1976. So no wonder that when 1976 happened, actually, this division actually continued. So on this slide, I refer to fragments of evidence from the school's archive. So the boarders tried to mobilize a class boycott in solidarity with the children of Soweto, but local students rejected the idea, and that led to physical conflict between the two groups. So I went through the logbook and found evidence where the principal of the school, Mr. Lamula, had written about Sergeant Van Vieren coming to the school. Sergeant Van Vieren of the Zebediela police station, which is located about 10 kilometers away from the school itself. He visited the school to carry out investigations into property damage at the school during the time of the disturbances. This is after the principal reported, as per regulation, that if there are disturbances, they need to be reported to the authorities. And so the previous day, there had actually been this confrontation which led to the smashing of windows as the students were throwing stones at each other. And And that happened, so it was on 23 September 1976 when the principal made that. But it was actually, the incident took place on the 22nd of September. So school records, for anyone that is actually doing research, it's worth asking, are there any records about the school itself? Logbooks, I found them to be very useful. But there are also minutes of the school governing body, which are also useful. Unfortunately, in this particular context, they are silent on this disturbance at the school. Then I also found the same logbook the following year. So this class boycott or disturbances continued into 1977. So in October, shortly before the exams commenced, you have the principal writing. All students, boarders, and day scholars decided to go home in protest against Bantu education. The second inspector had no choice but to authorize their departure. So you can see that the matter of 76 was quite huge. It had an impact, and by 1977, they were still talking about it and mobilizing around this particular issue. But then the logbooks are actually silent on the details of why and how the disturbances at the school in 1976 and 1977 took place. And that is where oral history came to the rescue. That is where I conducted interviews, gathered memories of what eyewitnesses and participants had to say. And I interviewed a couple of people who give details about what happened on the 22nd of September 1976. So, thank you. My Alfred Matlaila, who, when I was interviewing him, was a school teacher, was actually a student at Matlaila High School. He was a day scholar in 1976. And he talks here, if you read it, I'm not going to read it, but he talks about what really happened. He talks about this division and enmity between urban students and rural students. He talks about how urban students were actually aloof. And from his view, he said, they thought that they were smart. And actually, they dominated the sporting codes as well. The fact that they were staying on the school premises made them to be quite territorial about the school. It was almost like their possession. And so that was one thing that was a source of grievance for rural students who were excluded from the scheme when it came to soccer matches, baseball, and other sporting codes. And in this longer, extract, it talks about an incident, this incident that took place. It was ignited really by what you could call a bullying incident. And then it actually escalated. And these issues around the division between borders and local students now brought back the issue of the 76 uprising, and the school ended up being closed. Some students did not even write the exam because of this particular incident. So I will not dwell on the details here, but I want now to actually show that, in fact, the incidents were happening in other schools as well. Some of you would be familiar with a school called Parks Institute, Parks College, actually in Polokwane, or just outside Polokwane. It was one of the prominent schools in Leboa, producing great results. And there as well, there were a lot of urban students. And 1976, also ignited a protest, and lights were switched off by the students in order to cause mayhem. And then again, the police there were also called. So the police in all these schools actually showed up in a very short space of time. So suppression, it was about suppression of what was going on, because the authorities were aware that this is a national sort of coordinated struggle. So one of the students that I interviewed from PAX was Labs Mpahlele, who actually came from Polokwane, but he was a boarder at PAX, and he was part of these other students that felt, there's something going on in Soweto. So he was politicized. There was a lot of politicization, especially within the hostels, based on the fact that we had students who were already politicized, students who had that, first-hand information about what happened in the urban areas. Some had lost their relatives, their friends had been injured, and so they felt that there was a need to actually pledge solidarity. So this thing was not isolated to Matadi, but it was actually happening in other schools. So if I could just make a very quick and general analysis of what is happening at Matadi High School, my argument actually revolves around the idea of generational consciousness. My argument is that generational consciousness was not yet developed among the students. That's why they were divided. That's why instead of uniting, they were fighting amongst themselves. Urban students as well were not a homogeneous group. We often think of urban students as students who were politicized and all speaking in one voice, but actually they were divided amongst themselves. But rural students as well were highly fragmented and divided. Within rural communities, at least in Zebediela, many of the students at high school came from Christian communities. And there were also traditional students, and they constituted a small number of students. So within the rural setup as well, students were not united. But then sports was beginning to play a role in terms of bringing these students together. On top of the fact that students are actually in the same classroom, studying under the same roof, and that begins to develop a sense of consciousness among them. But by the 1980s, that was not yet strong. Hence, students were divided amongst themselves. Another issue that caused real division amongst the students was territoriality. The borders, especially male students, were very territorial about female borders. They didn't want any to see any movement of local students making towards Mzana. So issue of territoriality was also a very real issue. And some of the interviews talked about how some locals were actually physically assaulted. One had to be taken to hospital because they were worried that they were going to make moves on the students in their hostels. But then possibilities actually existed. But in the 1970s, the divisions were still quite many. Local students, rural students had this deference at the time towards the seniors. And the seniors, the chief, really played an important role in this society. Many still went to initiation schools where the idea of, deferring to your elders, deferring to the traditional leader, played a very important role. So, whereas in the urban areas, you see young people actually rejecting parental authority, developing this generational consciousness. I guess it was still too early in the urban areas. It was only really in the 1980s, mid-1980s, that now you have a common consciousness among the students, to such an extent that, in fact, 1985, it's Matadi High School, that was the leading student, the leading school in terms of class boycotts around corporal punishment with the influence of COSAS and so forth. What is interesting about the 1980s, though, is that it was not the borders that played a leadership role, but rather the local students. Somehow, a connection has been made now with local issues around water rates that they had to pay to the chiefs without any accounting whatsoever. So the struggle, what marks the struggle differently from the 1970s was the fact that, you know, politicization was around local issues. That is why it became the local students who led the move around issues of corporal punishment, which was a school-based issue, but also linking up with community-based issues around lack of democracy, the fact that we are being ruled by chiefs who are not accountable, they are not showing the communities how they are spending the money that they are collecting from the communities, etc., etc. So my concluding remarks are as follows, and I made those 4 key points. One is that during the 1970s, generational consciousness was not fully developed. The bulk of rural students did not support class boycotts, fearing that associating with urban students and boycotting classes would destroy an important symbol of progress in their community. And secondly, parental authority and deference to seniors played a key role. Rural adults were generally culturally and politically conservative under the authority of Maroshi, and parents still had a great deal of control over the younger generation through Koma, that is initiation, and Bohoshi, which is traditional leadership. Young people still deferred to the seniors at the time. That was only broken in the 1980s. Thirdly, the persistence of what I call conservative-oriented parental authority made political mobilization extremely difficult for urban-based organizations in the Bantustan areas. And this, together with the fact that only a relatively small percentage of rural youth was in secondary schools, meant that they had less weight as a social and political force in the 70s. The situation was different in the 80s, when you actually had more rural students in the student body. There were more students from the rural areas in the student body. Finally, deep-seated mistrust of urban dwellers, you know, especially as well as the lack of a common set of grievances between insiders, the insiders being local students and the outsider students, meant that consensus could not be reached on how best to shape the course of the country's history. Hence, the students were fighting amongst themselves. So ultimately, the students, you know, the 1976 uprising had an impact on the school, but it didn't really, it was not effective in terms of properly mobilizing the students because they were divided amongst themselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The reason why I need to continue is because of we had so much time, we even left with more than 30 minutes. So it's just covering the ground. It's just just didn't want to take the space, so she completed earlier than she was supposed to. So can I questions, please? Number 1, number 2, number 3. The front row first. Yeah, 1 and 2.
My name is Brian, a professor. The what? Okay, firstly, I agree with you. Even when the celebration of June 16, it created division. There were those on the side, there were two celebrations before it became united. There were those who were celebrating June 16 on the side of PAC, on the side of the ANC, until UDF was formed. So I agree with you with those differences. But one of the issues, I think I'm checking what also can we do to make sure that June 16, we don't only focus on what happened in Soweto, and also look further, do more, expose, like what we are describing, so that other people can be aware what happened in Soweto. It also influence the rural communities. Because even I can remember some of us when our schools started to be disrupted in the 80s, because we had parents who came from rural areas in the Eastern Cape, were taken to Eastern Cape to get a better education, because schools were not taking this. Thank you.
Please can you introduce yourself when you
Number 4, right.
I will say, you know, when you talk about the Buwa, I was happy that you spoke about pets, because those were the bulls of the north. They used to beat in soccer, they beat Teflo, because they visit. So I'm glad that you talk about the labs was few class ahead of me, but I know that. So my question is, how, and I've asked several people, how do we clone the people like Zed, Masbogo, Tits Machinini, and the rest with the student, with the youth of today?
All right, thank you very much for the presentation of presenters. I think what I'm taking away is that it's important not to present that the response from students was always united. I have just one question. In the case of Botswana, this was on the road to independence. And in the case of Libua, it was back of self-government. And many of the political parties in these Bantu states, organizations and youth movements in the Bantu states, and even to what were considered citizens outside of these organizations and Bantu state political parties have any role in influencing students for or against what was happening?
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. My name is Malajego. I'm a product of the business world. So my question is going to tie very much with what happened in 1976. I think, or what I think, but Prof, do you perhaps not think that the urban versus township or rural phenomenon is replaying itself even today? Because on average, here in South Africa, we have 26 protests every day, but we are not united in that sense. And I also believe that student activism as a whole, especially in secondary and tertiary education has been killed, because when those students protest, they get victimized, and you find militarization of campuses. I just want to hear your thoughts on those two. And then last, Professor says space. I think capitalism is still a good activism in this country, but it's a conversation for another day. And yeah, now considering all of these things, I just wanted to also ask, what must we, as the youth of today, do different to the youth of 76 to get what we want? Because I'm now realizing that protesting and going to the street does not always yield results. What other ways of protesting should we now employ in order to make our voices heard? I thank you.
Okay, what you are going to do, this is the first round, but so he's going to answer because we do have time. I don't want to go off and then break that is not on the program. So I was playing that. So can you answer?
So in Hammanskraal, when I was doing my research, I'm answering the one about small organizations. There wasn't, the students were not aware of any political movement during that time. Because I was only concentrating on specifically 1976, so of course it's a new interpretation, wasn't understood. I only found out afterwards that they started being more political when they learned about smaller organizations such as Azapo. Azapo played a huge role in Hammanskraal, and that was from 1980. So 1976 and 1977, there wasn't a lot of political activity. Only, as I mentioned, one person who in creativity was active. But of course, I'm not saying we were the only one active, but it kind of shows that it wasn't too broad, because the people who I spoke to said they didn't even know who Steve Biko was during the time, or they only knew Mandela, but they didn't even understand what he existed. So it also shows that solidarity doesn't always mean quantization. You don't need to be political or to be involved. And I found that interesting, especially since Hammanskraal was already doing Afrikaans for like a long time. They had textbooks in Afrikaans, geography, and maths. They were doing it, but they didn't protest for that because Afrikaans wasn't rated in the culture of Hammanskraal. Even today, the slang is mostly Afrikaans. So it was more of a unity thing, more than looking at like precisely Afrikaans. So there wasn't really any activity happening during the time, especially since I think mostly because of a lot of people there thought that after Tatswana was going to be active, a lot of things will change government-wise, especially the adults there. So there wasn't a lot of activity.
Thank you very much. I take the comments that have actually been made here, but I'll try my best to also answer the questions. So there was a question about what one can do to make sure that we don't only focus on Soweto when we commemorate. How do we make young people in our communities in general are aware that Soweto Uprising was not just about Soweto. I think one of the ways that one could do this is by making sure that June 16 is actually included in the curriculum in a way that allows for its treatment of its sort of local ramifications. What did June 16 mean, for example, for the people of Zebediela? So the curriculum should be open enough to allow for the discussion of local histories, allow communities to insert themselves into the narrative of 1976 based on their experiences, as I think my paper stated. Zebediela was also impacted, but how was it actually impacted? Because otherwise, if you're just, treating the 1976 uprising as a Soweto phenomenon, then that story is going to be perpetuated. So that's how I would respond to that question. I would say that it's really about making space in the curriculum for an exploration of the local history, which is something that is not provided for in the curriculum. And I think that would actually dynamize the teaching of June 16. So that when you are in Velcom, you should be able to look at, not only talk about what happens in Soweto, although it's important, but actually extend that discussion to talk about what happens in Hammanskraal. On the question about how do we clone people like Satma Sibuko, I really don't know how you actually clone them beyond simply allowing more space for teaching about these people. You need to know about them, because currently, how many people know about Satma Sibuko? I think, yeah, you would know, right? But not many, not especially young people in our schools don't know anything about Satma Sibuko. I think I'll give the same answer to that question to what I gave in the first question. Inclusion, more explicit inclusion of figures like that, so that when you talk about 1976, it's not just about the key figures that are talked about all the time, your Steve Biko, TNT Machine, and so forth. But you also bring in the struggle was not simply driven by individuals. There were many people, there were collectives as well. How often do we hear about women, the June 16, 1976 uprising? You need to actually bring that element into the discussion as well. Dinga, you've asked about, whether there were any sort of Bantustan-based political organizations which mobilized young people to such an extent that they would have actually preempted mobilizing around June 16. In Liboa, I can't speak about Liboa as a whole, it's a huge space. But in the areas where I have worked, I have not come across a Liboa sort of political organization or even mobilizing youth to such an extent that they became a formidable force. I don't see in Liboa an Inkatha's counterpart, because with Inkatha you have a Inkatha Youth Brigade, but you don't have that in Liboa. I know in Gazankulu you had youth were actually mobilized, but not in Liboa. I'm not aware of that. Then the last question around FISMAS 4, right? Well, I think you know, the issue around the urban-rural dimension play itself out again. I am not sure. One really need to look at what happens locally. Certainly, when I looked around in Christmas Fall in 2016, yes, there were students from VES, from UCT, and other sort of former white universities who were prominent. And there was a lot of activity. But there were also activities in other universities like Limpopo, which are not at the same level, but nonetheless, something actually happened there. If I could link this question to what happened with the schools, I would say that I don't think that rural students today are necessarily more politically conservative than their urban counterparts. I think, you know, media, especially social media, has actually played a role in terms of developing a sort of a common culture among students, so that a student at Teflo is virtually the same as a student in Advert University. I'm speaking as someone who's outside of this, as a senior student about to turn 60. I don't know how a 20-year-old student actually see this question, and maybe this is not a very satisfactory response to your question, but that's how I would respond to it. Then the issue of militarization. I think militarization of campuses does not start now. I think more broadly speaking, you could say that militarization was there during the apartheid era. I mean, Teflo was even given a name. I can't remember what it was called at the time, but it was almost like an army base. I mean, the army was based there. It was highly militarized there. The manner in which the state responded to student uprisings, even in the rural areas, the fact that after students had a conflict, almost immediately the police are at the school, actually tells you something about the level of militarization as well. And in the 1980s especially, you have army barracks being established within rural villages as well. So militarization, I suppose, has got a longer history. And perhaps if you don't have an insight about the historical process, you might think that this is a new phenomenon, that militarization of campus is something new, that is a product of the Christmas Fall protest.
I'm not sure how to handle the question of capitalism. I think what you need to do, you have to contextualize that within the concept of cultural imperialism, because you still have to, even the question of Afrikaans as a language of instruction, fall within those realms of cultural imperialism. Because even among us, Americans are smart. They don't have a Department of Arts and Culture dominating when it comes to cultural imperialism. There's a certain formula that they use, that we end up to being slaves to them when it comes to what you watch on TV. So they don't have a Department of Arts and Culture. They've never had one. But when it comes to them, in terms of the art and culture sphere contribution, in terms of the GDP, they beat everything and stuff. But wanted to say,
I wanted to comment on how we can teach our students today, especially in high school. The time I was doing this research, going into this field, of course, and trying to get as much as information as possible, I noticed that even the principal didn't know the history of the school. And of course, if the principal doesn't know, the students don't know. And I think one of the reasons why we have this issue is the way we celebrate June 16. Hammanskraal has, I spoke about Ratheko and Fiteki, but there's also Hans Kekana, which has a rich history from it being a boarding school to now being a day school. But there's little, nothing written, and I was asking them in school that why don't you like in June 16 have like fundraising or some sort of event in school, so they come to school and learn about their history, and not only about that, but about June 16 in Soweto and other areas as well. But the most important is your own school. What is your history in your own school? Because Afetete was burned down, and then it was then moved to another location, and then it moved back. It was quite a mess up during the time. And people don't know. Even people living close to Fetete don't know that the school had such an incident before. So I think it's all about how we as adults, well, not adults, kind of teach the younger generation about how to celebrate June 16. And I don't know why schools are closed on June 16. I think we should just go to school and do something there, because that's where the uprising happened, in schools. So I don't understand why we have merged.
I think from the party showed us the way, because here the section of trying to recover the history of Matlaki. So you hear that brief sort of paragraph about when the school was founded, as a day school before it became a boarding school. So this is the way we should move in terms of closing of that gap that we are talking about, that most of the parents and the principal don't know about the school. Can I have the last round with 10 minutes? This two more. We wanted that. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 4, 5 is here. Mahauta and Umama. As I started, yes, okay, thanks. The name is Steve. And I will tell you one thing about how beautiful it is, right? In the big this between the urban and the local students in the I actually come from Kiki. And my sense is that the community in Kiki is actually about 40% paid. And this would have been the case from around 1960 up to say 1959. Before there was a wave of migration into the West. Normally what would have happened before 1976, that some families send their children to the war, and parents would actually have to reach out quite permanent and probably even matter in the West. Now, the issue here is that it wasn't because of the disturbances in the West that their children there. It has to do with what officially was understood as urban communities that were semi-tribalized. And those fell into that category. If you think about when these communities were removed from Soweto to Midland, what the native descendant was to establish an arrival center for chiefs to make sure that there would be constant interaction between people from the war and their subjects in development. So that actually tended to bear the distinction.
between, and this is particularly true for the 1970s. So by the time the disturbances actually happened in 1976, the response is also to tell the others to, to the war again. Now the issue here is that perhaps the discussion is not particularly useful because these students were not particularly active in that sense. I wonder if that actually makes sense.
Thank you. Prof, I was very interested to hear when you said that you went into schools and you got hold of logbooks. Very, very interesting. And you could glean a wealth of information from them. It has occurred to me before, and I've spoken to Professor Niftatin about it. There's a wonderful platform that says, in essence, we all know about Alexander the Great, but do we know of the many soldiers who died in allowing him to achieve his vision? And I had images of the sort of thing. Like, go back to your research in 1976, and I think of the state of communication then. I can see the BOA only having two sources of information. Things they got in the post, and the post office used to work in those years, and over radio. There were telephones, but how many people had telephones? So the information that they got was deeply problematic. And how would we be able to really define anything? Because you were fortunate that you had a source that was applicable. And then the last point that I want to make is from about the year 2000, I loved going into classrooms and speaking to children about June 76. And I don't know how to put it, but in 2000, the school was, let me say, fully represented. And even at that time, I was sorely disillusioned that very few pupils of any group could tell me anything intelligent about, and I'm not saying these students were unintelligent, but their lack of knowledge about what June 16 meant. And many classes, in frustration, I would say, but didn't your mother or your father, I'm sure you've got parents that are mine, didn't they tell you anything about it? And the stock answer, which I don't believe in, no sir, they never speak to us about that. How do we overcome that?
Yeah, thanks. I just want to check, it saddens me because maybe one, but I guess maybe universities and ourselves, because I'm intrigued by this concept that Africa is a kind of now, when you have this kind of thinking and listening to yourself, and really refer to type of and you look at the township from 10 states, because that story for me, I mean, township is not. And we want to say to people, how to be a community and look spaces and places of development. So for me, this discussion doesn't really help me. For instance, from the issue of how do you reconcile the issue of so I think there should be a balance to say not all cheap people who make communities were cheap. So that didn't come nicely because my argument of the exploration of African freedom right, which is very critical and goes beyond stories. That's my. But I want to come to my sister. When you're doing this research, did it come across St. Peter's Seminary? Because that's a thing. 1978, and it's a landmark. I mean, as a so I'm just saying, research has helped sometimes, I don't know. Or maybe when you go to any community, ask people, because when you get the register of Amaskra, so many people are living at the amount of Amaskra. But when you go to ignorant people, they give us a picture that there was nothing, So I don't know how best to really to research some of this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. My name is Paulina Mohamed, one of the people that taught the 11 men in 1 month in 1976. So my question is that I'm just asking myself, how did we come here? How did we really come to where we are? We're sitting here and still talking about problems of drugs, of child trafficking, unemployment, unrecognized women, especially, and there are men who are not recognized as but women are the most. So much disconnection between the people who were in exile, the people who were working underground, the people who were detained in different police stations. I was detained in 5 police stations. I was arrested at the gate of Stataford. I was taken to Krugersdorp prison, Krugersdorp interrogation at 4th floor, 10th floor. The last, I was taken to the maximum, where I was expecting to be hanged with 11 men. But by the grace of God, here we are still here talking to you. So we ask ourselves as women, because we won't let but we ourselves, we've got this tendency of breaking down. And I think we have to introspect and ask ourselves where we go wrong, because during that time of when the police were chasing us, the women were the ones who were hiding the students in their homes. My home was a 12-room house, and most of the children used to come. And when you put the chair on the table, someone sleep on the floor. And you remember that time when you're a woman, you're not supposed to have a house, you cannot buy a house, you cannot have a license. I was paid 7 times. I got my license for the 7th time. When I came back from peace, then that I got it. You ask yourself, why are we still here? But we still arise, and we really have to go back, because now mostly when those who were in exile, we embraced them when they cut it. And they were called Fatahai. We who were underground in this country, unrecognized, we never took care of ourselves. We never positioned ourselves. We split. We are divided. I don't know. As I say, our G60 1976 had people from Devon, Cape Town, Livoa, Alexander, and so on. I was with Montate Chubani, Montate Chabedin, Montate Ramkhati. Sakhulo and so on. Being one woman in that place. Actually, Pastor, when I was they told me that they need me to stand on top of the table and fly to the moon like they did with a lot of our brothers. Our Timon, Utiali, and many. So we have to go to the drawing board. And our children are surprised. Why are we still not being recognized? I'm not talking about this. Big man, Siani, who was that is doing Sakudo Katna. That is Sakudo, when he went to prison, and in Pretoria, Vietnam prison, where I was kept until the case stopped. We never saw each other again. But men used to exercise together. Sometimes they would close that street without doing for exercise. You would hear the street music that we had there. But we never met. Imagine staying in a cell alone, no intersection, no talking to anybody. And fortunately, my lawyers, who was Justice Chaperson and Raymond, they came and said, you know, you have to think aloud here because you're on your own. I used to scream, they thought maybe I was insane, maybe I was that time. Sometimes they will put things in the cell, they will keep you for exercise. When you come back, you see it going out of your cell. I remember there was one time when they put something in my picture, they didn't want us to have eggs in my picture. At night, I had something wrote, using spreadsheet my bed, my inside the bed. I prayed, I said, God, I'm going to confront that thing, whether it's a snake or whatever it is. Then I pushed my put my clothes on. They put something like, you know, this concrete, the big one. And then I hit it. So, fortunately, I was acquitted in 1977. I wanted to talk of the issue of the logo, of the logbook, which is a very good thing. But I'm saying we had discovered that some principles were sellouts. So they were recording what the system must find as against what was truly happening. So that's another, it's a problem on its own. Then the question of how we share information is such a problem. I'll make an example with Morris Anderson, high school at Morris Anderson. So every year we have a theater machine annual lecture. When you get there, the students don't even know who theater is. They just know the picture. They don't know what he did for the school. They don't know that Tiro, Uncle taught the school. And most of the time, the alumni try to bring the former students who are now doctors and talk business. They don't know the history. They don't know Dr. So-and-so also school at Morris. And most of the teachers don't even attend the lecture. The lecture last day, even the principal did not attend.
So this brings us to this problem of us circulating information. That if the thing is not discussed at the school, then how do the students get to know the history of this? And also, we are recycling ignorance in that the teachers don't know the history of the school. And these teachers are parents where they come from. So it brings us back to us fixing the syllabus. We really need to work on the syllabus to be informative, because some of the parents don't really talk to their children about the history of the country. So we have a big problem. We really need to really work on improving the syllabus for us, besides other things that we are doing. The children has to learn our history from them. That's my point.
We don't have much time. So people will not answer all the questions. So just two or three questions because of the time factor. Thank you so much. A lot of very interesting, very thoughtful comments. And thank you, Mme, for sharing your story. You know, I wish you were part of the panel yesterday. But nonetheless, this is still very much welcome, what you have just shared with us. Let me start with the logbook issue. Because, you know, two questions on that one. It's an important source, whether someone is a sellout or not. I think logbooks should be read critically. The same way that you read all other sources, even oral interviews. When you interview someone, you don't just take what they say at face value, but you raise questions about what are the silences, you know, what are they saying and why are they saying what they are saying. So when you read the logbook as well, you ask the question, but why is the writer saying this and is silent on other things? Like, you know, the logbook about 1976 at Matai, it doesn't tell us the background. It simply refers to the disturbances. Yes, indeed, some of the principals were sellouts, there's no doubt, but even what they have to say is important, and one needs to read against the grain of what they are saying. And then, you see, I use the logbook as a springboard to my interviews. It allowed me, it gave me details that the oral interviews would have not been able to give, like the date about when the police actually came to the school. It's an important detail that needs to be there. But then it doesn't tell the story that it tells is not texture. It doesn't have the details. How do we overcome, the question was, how do we overcome the silences on June 16 uprising? You know, it's a very difficult one to answer. I absolutely agree with everybody that actually commented on the issue of silences and ignorance or lack of knowledge. Why is it that people are not talking about their experiences? Could it be because of trauma? You know, when people are traumatized, you know, they shut whatever traumatizes them out so that they don't have to engage it. Because every time they open that, they can't sleep at night. So sometimes they just close that down completely. Which is why there are people in Soweto who have been around for a long time, but they've never even been to the Peterson Memorial, because it's a story of trauma. And you know, I've had a discussion with a focus group of people from Soweto about this. They say, why should I have to go to a place that is going to open up all goods? You know, so there is that real concern, and maybe the time to open up that will actually come. By the way, it took a very long time for the Germans to speak about the Holocaust. Initially, they were very defensive, not wanting to touch it at all. And you see the same kind of defensiveness in South Africa, especially from the perspective of those who supported the system, right? They don't want to talk about it because they don't want to take responsibility. But a time will actually come for them to open up to talk about it. For those that can, I think they should talk about it, but not everybody can talk about this. Now, I think the day when we stop pretending that the past does not matter, the day that we stop pretending, the day that we stop thinking that the past does not matter, that is the day when we will begin to talk about June 16. I think it relates to the whole thing about, also about the place of history in our school curriculum. It's seen generally as a useless subject. It's a soft science. It's a subject that you do if you can't do maths and science. So it's put right at the bottom. That is why it is not valued in the same way that, you know, technology or maths or physics, it's actually valued. And I think that needs to change. And which is why it's important that we should have this discussion about the place of history in the school curriculum. I'll take one more question or two. Tin pot, I never said anything about tin pot dictators, but nonetheless, I understand where you're going with that. I agree with the sentiment. I think our discussion of chieftainship, traditional leadership, needs to be more nuanced. In the place that I come from, the chiefs were totally incorporated and become puppets of the state. That is why the youth in the 1980s rebelled against them. There is no Sabata Daningebo in that kind of scenario. There's no Chief Albert Mutuli there. But we have chiefs that accept everything that comes from Victoria, that comes from Liwaho, which is the capital of the Boer. Then Steve Libilo, is he gone? Okay, thank you. But I'll take it with Steve. Thank you.
Sorry.
There are two questions. Can you take it up with him? Please, we don't have the time.
The session here is again on session 5. Session 5 and session 6 on right. Session 5 is here. Sorry, there's no feedback. Session 5 is here. Session 6 on women
don't we, don't, oh, you gave us a picture on somebody else. Yeah. Oh, dear. Okay, on the some sort of yeah, give me 2 minutes fast. A minute some sort.
is our thinking about what should be in the paper. And today we'll just be sharing some snippets of what we prepared. Okay, so Lenasia, if you can see, I normally work with the pointer, but is about 5 kilometers just over the hill here. And Hassan likes to make the point that while it was geographically close and shared the experience of apartheid, there were some sharp differences, and I'm sure as you know, because of apartheid classification, so we just wanted to emphasize that point. Our main argument is that when 76 happened, in fact, Hassan keeps pointing out, and I think others yesterday and today are also pointing out that while 76 was obviously a signal moment in South Africa's history, there were preceding processes. In fact, I'm just remembering that when I was in standard 6, grade 8 now, there was a protest outside the school that we attended, led I think by Sadek Baliava, who is still a member of ZAPO. So there was a build up to it. It wasn't as though 76 happened in isolation. So this is not to emphasize that. This is not an academic paper. It's mainly memory, and I'm sure historians will know the problems with memory. But we've just drawn on from our memory. And maybe just to emphasize, one of the struggles that we had in coming to this point is that there were very few records that we kept of the work that we did. Partly because we're so busy just trying to get the work done, but also because of security concerns. And also, I think all 3 of us and most of us who were involved in that organization grew up in a tradition where when we were doing community work, it wasn't for historical record. And we recognize the importance of that years later. Then also just to say that we are arguing, as has been said yesterday and today, for a more broader, spatially, demographically, and inclusive understanding of what happened in 1976. So we're in accord with speakers who made that point across South Africa, across communities, and our own experience, even within our own community. This is the first time we did come together as a group, telling our own story. There's others that are telling our story, and we thought the time that we did it ourselves. So in the full paper, we will go. In today's presentation, it's not possible to go through all the complexities and nuances and intricacies. But in the full paper, we will do that. And as I've mentioned, this is about historical evidence and interpretive lens, showing how an awakened understanding of society occurred not only through direct participation in protest, but also through processes of reflection, dialogue, and community engagement. Just in terms of methodology, so we've drawn from different knowledge traditions, the issue of history from below, historical consciousness. When we were active then and still conscious now, we drew a lot on Paulo Freire's critical pedagogy and transformative change theory, and some of the famous writers who influenced us are listed there. One of the questions that has confronted us, and it has come up in some of the discussion here, is 50 years and the approaches that have been developed in practice to resist, I'm sure you know what I'm talking about, enough to transform 3 centuries long of inequalities and discriminations.
So
So
50 years later, we are asking that question, is it enough? Experience, testimony, personal narrative, and historical analysis. Strong feature of historical discussed before yesterday's session discussed this.
Interesting things that many authors have expressed is that while schools and communities and all our activities were dominated by a superstructure of domination, schools and other
Sites became places of
critique, debate, and mobilization. And this particular project is called Time to Learn. I'll explain in a minute how that organizations, Hassan and Jerry still very active, etc., etc. Okay, and just a quick point about the measure under apartheid, just so you can contextualize it. It was affected by the Group Areas Act, and in fact, the suburb township its 70th year last year, and there's a whole website with a lot of the information very nicely captured on there. So I won't go into the detail of that one. And then we recognize that June 76 was a seminal moment in our country's history. It shifted us from passive awareness of what was going on. There was a lot of people living, many. So shifted. People were and the actions that took place that we got involved in after, and many others as well. Most importantly, education redefined as liberation and service to society. Then in 1976, I was a student at Durban West, and maybe just for the record, as students, we went on a boycott. I think it lasted 3 to 4 months, and a lot of history written on it. But when Jerry and Hasi speak, Hasi was at school at that time, and the school was involved in resistance action, and Jerry was involved in the formation of the major student movement and other structures as well. In 1977, maybe just a headline point, repression increased. And so what happened with us, with our organization and organizations we were involved in, was we were repositioning. So we had to go underground, for example. A number of our members were actually detained. So Anthony was there earlier on, preparing a session at the moment, was detained. Her husband was also detained for a long period, and many others as well. But there's one incident I just want to quickly highlight on. On October the 21st, that was just after Steve Biko had died in detention and the newspapers were banned. As students, we organized a meeting at a place called the Barn, just outside of the lecture. When we got there on that Friday morning, the keys to the venue couldn't be found. And when we turned around to look, there was just a whole lot of police vans with shamboks and dogs and bacons. And I think it was about 90 of us. Sorry, 102, 102 of us. Most of us got a solid beating. We were herded into a bit of a corner and then taken to Protea Police Station and then taken to Chapata Square for, now we can laughingly say, an entertaining weekend. But we spent the weekend. Yeah, so, okay, and then many of us, with rising awareness, started boycotting things like the Rand Mr. Show and other state-organized events as a form of protest. And then a number of us were involved in supporting detainees in many ways. Okay, I think my time is running short, so maybe I'm going to hand over to Jerry now quickly because this is the time to learn project. Then you will find the member. Yeah, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. The Time to Learn project was we were found in a very strange situation where we had 67 children who were not at school from the age of 6 and 16 because the parents didn't have Indian identity documents. So they couldn't get to schools. And I come fresh from the river already in 1964. And so when we start to the approach and the principal house, they father-in-law, it was first called to enter. And they said, we can, they put the children to school, provide tuition to them. Because their teaching was not able to do that. And so that way, we decided to get over from the education to provide the assistant private tuition with schools were teaching, and that way they would then they would
pass on twice a year to the next grade. And that is what took place. But the initial aim was to start a homework center. And it is speaking about the homework center was started off with, homework center was started off as a kibbutz in Israel. And the person who introduced the homework center to us was the person doing her master's in sociology, social work as a program. But we then took the opportunity to use that homework center first to provide tuition and learning space for children to be at school. And then we use the homework center as part of the homework center to provide tuition and to publicize young people. And this is what we came to as a time to learn. The time to learn as strange as it may sound now, and as strange as it sounded then was, if you look at that carefully, it was a time to learn again who we are, what we are, and where we are going to. This is the beginning of the time to learn. To put it into context, that we learn from that experience. And people came from diverse backgrounds, not political backgrounds as such, but diverse background, social background, but mainly from, there were many children of people from working class parents who were parents to working class, the list of working class children. I'll stop. Okay, like that.
Just, I think time's running out, so I think that we got involved almost by accident. I mean, the year before we were expelled from Teachers Training College, so it's about 13 of us were expelled, Aaron, myself, and a few others. And they hounded us until recently into the New Democracy to pay them back. So in part, we were radicalized by circumstance, being arrested for attending illegal meetings, but under apartheid it was the Writers' Assembly meetings together of students. So all these factors helped to radicalize people. But I wanted to just touch on a few things about knowledge. I mean, we, in those days, I sound like an old guy now, we had few materials, but read them deeply. But we also believe, like implicitly, that knowledge is a collective enterprise. You can't simply become clever on your own. People used to argue. We used to read the similar books, right? Which you compare now with the multiplicity of sources and confusions. No one's in a conversation. So discussion was quite important, amongst ourselves, but also with the learner participants. As I said, books such as Pedagogy of the Press, Solar Nights, I think Harun and I and others read like From, Tree of Freedom, books that are coming back into fashion, if you want to use the word. Right? So there were few books, but people read them very, very deeply. I just want to make the issue about the local. We were trapped in a racialized ghetto, so the local was important to us. And I guess for discussion, we need to talk about how rebuilding the local organization, rediscovering community is important. And Time to Learn is an important project. In that some of the leaders of the UDF came to fish out of our group of cartons, and not always with an easy transition, because the orientation was black consciousness by and large. Although in later years, some of the organizers related to education, we tried to cut our teeth around organizing domestic workers. So some of us went into more union vibe, eventually I went to work for the National Allied Workers. So there are various kinds of strands generally education, but also Zapa politically. So that nucleus was quite important to regenerate how communities see politics. My final point really is that when you go to the Hector Peterson Museum, you find stories about the Dutch and others around 76, but not about the neighboring townships that define themselves as black, but were not included in the story.
Okay, so on this slide, you'll see some of the follow through. In my own case, in COVID time, we were able to take the model and it's still operational in about 80 schools in the Western Cape. You know, children who were not capable or didn't have the support to attend school regularly, to have the support at home. We've got a program running in 80 schools where there's extra support provided on a daily basis and a play-based basis. And just to say, so if you look at it, if you look back, what were the issues that how we formed and shaped? It was race, class, gender, faith, disability, and environment. Those issues remain strongly in need in the current time. And we didn't have time to, start saying something about what can we do about education now, but in the paper we will make a couple of points about that. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Good afternoon. My name is Michael Khan from the Non-Racial Sport District Project. The NRSHP was formed in 2014, and Arun was actually the first chairperson of the NRSHP. We formed the NRSHP to develop the history of circles and non-racial sport in the country. Now, sport played a major role during the apartheid days and during the 76 riots and so on. And we felt that with the policies with the new government and the loss of an entire generation of sports people and sports administrators at school levels because of the policies, we needed to tell the story. So in 2014, we started an organization called Non-Racial Sport History Project, and we approached Brits, and Brits agreed that it was a major neglected piece of history, the sports history of this country. And they agreed to both archival stuff. We all know we don't have facilities as many white organizations have, clubs and those kinds of things. So we had nowhere to store and archive our stuff, and that's where we went and organized it. But let us contextualize it in the theme that we've been speaking about. The press release by the Minister of Senator de Klerk, I think the struggle for isolation predates the formation of SACOS in 1973. Let's just read this one part. Item 4 in his press release said, the participation in world sports tournaments or competitions of mixed teams representative of South Africa as a whole cannot be approved of, where whites, for example, individually participate in such tournaments. They must do so as representatives of the whites of our country. And similarly, the non-whites must participate
in representatives as representatives of the non-white South Africa. That's just a part of his of his memorandum. I won't go through the whole one, but let's look at the last the point of his memorandum. The inviting of South African teams by sports associations in our neighboring territories, they to participate in competitions contrary to our custom in the Republic, and which obviously are not international competitions, will not be viewed in a favorable light. So clear threats and so on. In 1973, SECOS was formed. The main thesis of the Soweto Uprising and major arena was political conscientization, community mobilization, anti-apartheid resistance. SECOS used school sport structures to expand non-racial sport nationally, politicize youth communities, strengthen international apartheid campaigns. So sport became not peripheral to politics, but part of the liberation struggle itself. Apartheid sport was racially segregated, unequally funded, politically controlled, internationally contested. The big question was, how did school sport become a political classroom, a recruitment network, and a vehicle for resistance? SECOS, how the international pressure intensified. IOC expelled South Africa in 1970. FIFA expelled South Africa in 76. Earlier anti-apartheid sport campaigns rejected apartheid legitimacy, demanded international isolation, opposed multiracial token reforms. SECOS was established in 73, umbrella body for the non-racial sport organizations. SECOS philosophy central was no normal sport in an abnormal society. SECOS rejected token integration, state control, multiracialism, cosmetic reform. SECOS also insisted on no sporting normality without political liberation. Sport and democracy were inseparable. SECOS Liberation Conference held at Hanover Park Civic Center on the 21st August 83 in Cape Town. It became one of the most important gatherings in the history of non-racial sport and the broader liberation struggle in South Africa. The historical context of the conference took place during a critical political moment. The apartheid state was transforming bicameral parliament and multinational sport. The conference occurred on the same weekend as the launch of the United Democratic Front in Mitchell's Plain. It was also timed deliberately against the rugby media conference organized by apartheid rugby boss Danny Craven. I'll skip parts of this here because of time constraints, but the international campaigns grew as SECOS grew, intensified internationally from New Zealand through to London and all over the world. Mass movement at its weight over 1 million members, SECOS had over 1 million members, 26 national federations, 10 provincial councils. The two largest organizations in SECOS were the South African Primary School Sports Association and the South African Senior School Sports Association. All codes of sport were there, over 16 codes of sport. They had national competitions, both primary and high school, both for winter codes and for summer codes, both provincially and nationally. And two of them were by far the biggest units within SECOS. SECOS communication methods, tournament brochures, fiction, all those kind of political, including anti-apartheid education, critique of multiracialism, support for sanctions and isolation. The important point, political education happened every day through sporting routines. It wasn't a nice thing to do. It was part of our lives. Fighting for facilities as ongoing, and it's the same struggles now 30 years later, or 50 years later. Political networks through education, politicized teacher training colleges produce activist educators, sports organizers, community leaders. Teachers carried Seko's ideology into township schools, rural communities, provincial competitions. Linking local and global struggles, Seko's argued internationally. Sport will not be separated from a part of nutrition. Example, 1979 South African Cricket Board Memorandum linked 1976 riots, state violence, illegitimacy of normal sport impacts, strengthen global sporting sanctions. Recovering the history, this paper draws on non-racial sport history project, Wits historical paper special collections, Seko's organizational archives, importance of archives, preserve community. I think we skip all that, all the debates around archives and the neglect, the continued neglect of non-racial sport archives in history, and why the history still matters. I think previous speakers spoke about the importance of history and not forgetting. And one needs to make the point as well that to recover history, Seko's organizations lost a lot of history. So the best collection of history is oral history. NRSHP has interviewed over 200 people on non-racial sport, interviewed and did biographies of over 70 women, and created a book as a result of that. Just one example of where we were in 1982 and 1988, Sekos held the People's Olympics. In 1988, over 1,000 kids did a gymnastrada at the Athlone Stadium at the opening of the 1988 Sekos Sports Festival or Preston Olympics. And at the end of it, when they ran around and they formed the word Sekos. That's 1,000 kids performing at that kind of level. That was the level of organization of Sekos at the time. And that was primary school and high school. And that was just the gymnastrada. Apart from the 20 odd codes of sport that was taking place in various venues in Western Cape. And a lot of that comes from the schools and the activism at the schools. And there I see, you see, they proved what these festivals actually achieved. They proved non-racial sport was possible. This was probably the most important achievement. Apart from claim racial separation in sport, natural or necessary Sekos festivals that we could challenge that by organizing thousands of athletes from different racial groups into unified competitions. Festivals showed black, colored, Indian, and progressive white athletes could compete together. Sport could be organized democratically outside apartheid structure, and non-racial sport had mass support despite state repression. Olympics of the oppressed, we spoke about that. That just expands on it. That's the most neglected obviously activity in most of our research that we develop is the history and role of women. The NRSHP prioritized that and developed this book. We did over 70 interviews with women that played non-racial sport, wrote their biographies and published this book. I think that's me for now, Mr. Chair. I don't think we need to go into much more detail. Unless Arun wants to add to that. As the first chairman of the NRSHP.
And we'll come back and see. So I would like to Mohammed, so that's Stella, PhD candidate at UJ in history, and he's working as lecturer for history education at the Limpopo Department of Social Sciences and Economic Management Education. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Like I've been introduced, my name is Maham. This paper I'm presenting, we are co-authored with Professor Twala. So the title of the paper is Children as Agents of Resistance, Interpreting Soweto Roots in the Context of South Africa's Liberation Struggle. So this is, we've been working in this paper for the past 6-7 months. Hopefully by the end of the year, so it's a work in progress. There are a few concepts that I think it's important for us to contextualize and explain as to how do we understand them in the context of this particular. Children, it's a broader term, but in our context, we define it as anyone below the age of 18, as per according to the Children's Act of 2005 and the Constitution section 8 or something. And then liberation, those who engage in the process of seeking equality, freedom, and recognition, among many other things. Importantly, agents speak of active participants in the course of something in this context as active individuals within the liberation struggle. So we're not speaking as agents, as spies, but we're speaking in the sense of people who were participating actively in a particular cause, especially to bring liberation. So in this paper, we as I've been listening to presentations since the morning, they've been talking about activities that they've witnessed. Colleagues have mentioned different areas where representation has not received much attention. But in our paper, what we're trying to do is how can we reflect back in trying to remember history? Therefore, we're looking from the root of utilizing music, the song Soweto Blues written by you and sang by Mary Maki. So in South Africa, as we all know, that situation in the early 20th century became high, apartheid rising in the mid 20th century, and South Africa then in the 1960s, major political parties are banned, and there's that particular, I don't want to call it a vacuum, because in history they say there's a political vacuum that does not exist. But there is that political, for a lack of a better way, there is that political non-activeness at a higher level. But at the grassroots, on the ground, people are still engaging in different forms of resistance. And importantly, we note in this paper that children left at home, they were left at the welfare of their mothers. Someone was making a comment earlier about the exclusion of mothers in history, which today is gaining traction in the writing of history. So, and also their fathers are not there because of when wage labor saw its day in South Africa or in Southern Africa, it became an issue that fathers would have to go, or the boy child would have to go and work in the mines, farms, different spaces, which then leave that particular vacuum where even mothers need to take charge and become involved in this particular. So children as active participants of change, it's one element that is not covered in the curriculum, but they often appear in the footnotes to appear as kind of statistics that so many guys can just pass without engaging it into a detail or a finer detail as to these are human beings besides people that but we are not giving it much airtime. So I've already alluded to the intention of what we want to do with this particular paper. So we're using this particular song to try and look back at what has been happening, or how can we remember the Soweto Uprising. But I do, or you must say something very important when this asked as to why do you relegate or why do you give a woman to sing this particular song, which is beautiful? And then he says, I quote, he says, I of no any position to speak on behalf of women who were there. I just had a thought of writing this particular piece, but I can speak because it will resonate if it has that voice of a woman who made this particular argument or story that they wanted to make. So the Soweto blues, why do we choose Soweto blues? In one of the lyrics or lines of the song, it says, I quote, where were men when the police were taken to the It's an important question as to where are these people when the system is mowing down our children? And in a way, Ibrahim is aware that men are not there to participate, and he can't ask that question. So it's better that someone who's at the welfare of taking care of the kids can ask the question, where are many these people are killing our children? So in that of methodology, we adopted or took the route of qualitative research, wherein we're using an integration of different sources, archival material, interviews, and several resources that are in the public domain. And one of the biggest challenges that we are experiencing in this particular project or paper is the limitation of memory for other people. The memory, with age fades away and brings some time. And for those who are in the early 50s, I think we need at some point to do some work in conscientizing our people about the worth of research. Because when we do research, people are expecting us to pay. And we don't have money as well. I mean, I have to travel from Limpopo, I'm based in Limpopo, I have to travel from Limpopo to come to Joburg. When I'm in Joburg, Steve, I want to interview him. He says, hey, I must pay $500 for the interview. I don't have it. And maybe I might have used the bus to come in for that time. So those are some of the limitations, and also the unwillingness of people to participate in this. People, in most cases, especially in the township, people don't want to participate in this. They still view the researchers as, in inverted commas, as agents. That if I tell them this, they might go and spy me in the police, and then I'll be arrested. They don't want to be in trouble. Remember, some of them are old people. They still have that fear of the previous system. So they are not yet liberated in terms of what is the meaning of research. So perhaps in one way or other, we need to play a particular role as researchers in that. So we also go through the theoretical way of understanding this particular phenomenon. I almost sounded like someone was playing for Kaiser Chiefs. Not say philosophy. So it's trying to get So we used or we are using the sarcophagus theory, which emerges from the Danadian bed, which is used as a symbol whereby knowledge of the past can be utilized to map out the future. Lessons can be learned from the past experiences. So this particular type of a bed, it looks back before it makes the next move. So this is what we're trying to do. But we're trying to do that from the element of utilizing news to understand this particular phenomenon. So this theory is necessary for this paper because at this juncture we want to connect our past news and remember what happened in 1960. And our visit to the past cannot be fulfilled in a day. As much as we have had different stories from different angles of South Africa or Soweto Uprising, but should be done consistently in order to ensure that the future is bright. It speaks to the element that children are not exposed to this type of histories at school level. But I wish to say something related to about that. I was a teacher before, so I would want to answer that. So in the existing digital, there are so many people who are written about children in the struggle, but they are obviously they will use different approaches. For example, there's one study by Julie, which is a recent PhD study, where she interrogates the children of South Africa's early activists. In the study, Julie looks at the psychological impact of being born in a family of activists, which in most cases we overlook because she makes a good point because we, in a society or in a township, you automatically have or there are certain expectations from you because your father, your mother is native. And you are denied certain things because your father is so and so, who speaks up against corruption, who speaks against this, who speaks against that, then you are labeled, then you are denied. Professor Spison will also unpacks some of the things when he says that there are children who were at the forefront of the event that took place in Soweto. It was not instigated by any political fathering, individual political parties. Fathers themselves, they were not there, tell children what to do. And the kids decided on themselves through their consciousness that we want to do this particular thing, and we are against what the government is proposing to us. And so on. This literature becomes, and many other authors, emerges as an important or helpful tool to building this particular thing. It speaks less about how music can represent the silenced voices of children in terms of liberation in South Africa. Therefore, this paper seeks to explore the silences of children within the liberation history. So, when one listens to this song, the first line, asked one question. No, this is not a question. She says, the children got a letter from the master, the system. It said no more Xhosa, no Sotho, no more Zulu. So then the letter written by the system instructing that there was going to be a medium of instruction the following year. And children on their own, they respond. They say, we are not going to, these are the lyrics of the song. Refusing to comply, they send an answer. And how do we see the answer? All things that have been said since the morning. That's the answer of these children in different parts of the country, where they are saying, we don't want this. Right? Children refuse to comply to this atrocious law by government. And in their response, they rejected the law or the act of contempt, arguing how it would disadvantage them and their people. In the midst of all, the song says that's when the policeman came to the rescue. Who is the policeman rescue? The system. Well, the children were flying bullets and dying. That's what the song is saying. So, in a way, then it shows that children were active participants in the struggle of this hyenas system of apartheid, rather than statistics as it has been reported elsewhere by previous research. We have just noted that when we read about Sharpeville or things way to, it doesn't individualize the children. Just say, I have a children die. That's it. Then it passes. Then life goes on. That's the state. As if we're not talking about people who would maybe better presidents of the time. We're not talking about lecturers, we're not talking about physicists. What do you mean? Yeah, no, let me just move first. So, one of the phrases or lyric in the song that caught our attention is the Zulu one. Says, my Zulu is better than Sotho. So, says, sorry? Is it Xhosa? Okay, it's there, sorry. I thought it's Zulu. Abantu jikijela ezizimbongo. So it then tells the story that we ought to look at this particular thing from all these angles, so that teaching of history does not become boring. Let me say it the way it is. I mean, if we are to talk the frontier wars, people will sleep. But if we do it in a different way to try and integrate these all forms to teach to teach the frontier wars, then it makes it interesting for a child. That's why our kids at high school level, they don't follow it. They don't want to do history. They do history as their best form. When they're failing from economics, accounting, and all those, and then natural sciences, physics, life sciences, when they're failing that side, because I was a history teacher, then they come to pass. As their last resort, then we must push them to pass matric. Let me just go towards the end of the in order to save time. As I've said earlier on, in this paper, we seek to utilize music as an instrument to tell or revisit history, particularly looking at the important part of children in the direction struggle. We conclude that much work needs to be done in order to ensure that children's role within the liberation movement receive particular attention it deserves, and also to contribute towards the pedagogical practices by utilizing other forms such as music to transfer knowledge to our children.
We didn't have to say no conscientizing young people. We'll take 3 questions and I'll bring the microphone around so we can everyone can hear. And what the important is that 2 minutes to 3 questions. It's fun and I hope you have a good time. So I'll start here, or we'll do 2 there and 1 there, and then we'll do okay.
Hi everyone. My name is Carl Singh. I work for the South African Outdoor Policy Alliance. I want to say I am a Indonesian myself. I am 24 years old and I went to Nevada Secondary. And so obviously when I saw Indonesian, I was like, okay, cool, I have a question. That being said, as an Indian people, are very uninformed, young youth, very uninformed about what happened in the 1976 uprising. And they don't teach us that in school. We learned a lot about sports and I heard the whole situation about the non-racial sports. But I want to know why we not being taught, why is our youth not being taught as Indians? Why do we not know as Indians what's going on or what happened in 1976? Because we hear about what happened to our black brothers and sisters, but we don't know, we can't relate to what happened as Indian people. Why is there nothing in our textbooks? Why is there nothing from Department of Education teaching us as Indians where we come from and where we first fit from the founding era to what happened in 1976?
Thank you very much. I just want to congratulate the veterans who are part of the conversation. But I want to pick up on something that Mike said earlier, that the conditions are the same as they were under apartheid. But now, the thrust and focus of Black consciousness was self-love, was pride, was mental liberation. But now, when you go to our communities as Black people, they are in a state of disrepair, out of neglect and our willingness to clean up. I would challenge anyone in this room to go to any school in South and see if you can use the toilet. And there are teachers there, there are principals there, there are parents there. How do you explain this state of chaos in our psyche after the contribution of Black consciousness?
Hi everyone. I am Greta Day of the State President Foundation. Firstly, a compliment to the gentleman who's now sitting down.
We really do appreciate the work that you've done for women in knowledge sports. Like many others like myself, are absolutely so I really appreciate that. And then secondly, to the gentleman that said, I have a, I hope this is the same thing. I am touching on what this about, but I'm originally from KZN, and I know we have a very good education. We speak about black people, about our area population. And I'm saying that how they does not seem to have that. And specifically on the topic of the keyword, because I'm thinking, you know, teaching and how they only know one. So when I hear it, it's shocks me. And it's a keyword that is so I don't know if they are not familiar. But a lot of talking to people on a daily basis, and I know it's disconnect between the different provinces and local communities and all of
I lived in KZN some time and I started to hear that around here. So, who would like to go?
Yeah, just maybe asking the wrong people because until recently we still defined ourselves as black, right? And it was opportunistic that people choose certain labeling, given the connections, etc. So I'm not part of this. I'm not answering your question. Yeah, I mean, if you want to define a political or associational position for me, I think I'm largely shaped by the trade union movement at its best moments, not what we may be seeing now. So other notions, other categories of class and black unity is the issues that I think we feel strongly about. You know, and I mean, I think that when you talk about Indian, there are people who look at the history of the Gandhi period and Indian struggle, then it's a jump. I think that the point we're trying to make here is the group of people in a racialized ghetto, politically defined by apartheid as Indian township, who chose an identity that is black solidarity. Of course, not ignoring that the problems are also apartheid for ours, but also in solidarity with other students. So we're not doing anyone a favor. We're trying to improve the quality of our life as well. And so that's the one issue that I really worry about. You know, about toilets, Sunday. I was at the funeral of Dr. Shit, who made it his job to kind of go to schools to make sure that toilets are clean, etc. I think that often when people are critical of government, or yeah, we look at the very state-centered, everything that's wrong is the government. Everything is wrong is the government. And that issue of black pride that you see is that we will do it. It's almost saying that if the government, we will change the government by doing other things.
Okay, so just quickly on the Niger issue. So one of the reasons we're sitting here is that Malaysia had its 70th anniversary last year. And we were invited to make contributions. So we started making contributions, and the history of our project was marginalized. And we then said, you know, we think we need to present it. So what happened was there's a very rich history of all the schools in Malaysia and the contribution. They've done a fantastic job. But Time to Learn doesn't feature. Aston had a program called Education Connected. So the informal, non-formal manifestations that happened after 1976 have been submerged. Maybe more on the answer side, you may be aware that the National Department has issued a call for inputs on the division of history curriculum. My sense is that's a possible opportunity, but there's an enormous amount of work to be done. And my own submission on that one is that there's still too much of the formal history. And as South Africa, my sense is we need to go more towards the locals. Because you can know the Russian Revolution and whatever else really well, but it doesn't give you enough of the mindset to be able to apply yourself in your local context, because the distance between that and what we experience as Africans is very far. Just very quickly on the second question, I think we need to go back to Frans Fanon and Steve Biko, because possibly, I haven't done enough thinking and reading on this one, but I think when I asked, when we posed the question, is 50 years enough to respond to 3 centuries of systematic, deep psychological disrepair? I think that's the thing we need to confront as a starting point from this point onwards. Thanks.
Yeah, on the issue of private school, I want a inspector down the road there, Soweto. And you are right that later on, before I retired, teachers' toilets were usable, but the learners' toilets were not usable. Now, the issue here is, under black consciousness, we took pride in who we were. We gave, we recognized that we were better people than what we made out to be. And that consciousness has killed. The consciousness of being black and proud, looking after one another, caring for one another, isn't anymore. Doesn't serve anymore.
Thanks very much to all the speakers. My name is Jill, and I just wanted to first comment in the middle of the but to thank you, Mahari, for speaking about children. And I have been thinking during the course of the day how I think we're all aware of how the Labour Youth Day raises the uprise. So to claim the falling of June 16th, which uprising is important. But I've been feeling kind of uneasy even with that label, and wondering what it would do to our thinking. We thought about the day as a day of the massacre of children, because I think it's quite difficult to hold that together with a kind of recognition of children, not just youth, but children actually being agentic and taking control over their own space and a vision for the future. I think that that's really important, and it links to this conversation about what's happening in schools now. So the brutality of the apartheid state that literally murdered children. Today we know that the neglect of the state, to put it like in most benign kind of phrasing, is killing children, some of whom are drowning in pepper streams, but others of whom their futures are being killed in the schools as we know them today. So that as a preface, I just wanted to ask the panel about a phrase that Hassan said, which I found really kind of striking. We had few resources, but we read them deeply, and we argued about the ideas. And this feels to me kind of like the kind of core of education, which we seem to have lost. So to take from Freya the idea that we learn to read the word in order to read the world. And I'm just wondering if we've got any ideas amongst us about how we assert that kind of
Again, I'm Steve. Infants, children, and youth. These are terms that are described, to refer to June 16. The problem with that is that can they well be an honest attempt, you know, another to show the road of young people in this tribe. But there's also a suspicion on the part of that right that this is an attempt to minimize, you know, the impact and significance of the peace moment. Now, it may have broke out on the 16th of June, but the developments were quite intentional. And within 6 weeks, it had developed into a mass movement. By the 4th of August, we could not just be talking about the kind of a movement that was driven by sheriff. It had actually become a mass movement. But I'm going to be talking about this maybe tomorrow. The issue here is that, you know, these children actually don't run the whole thing, the home affairs themselves. They live in family. The interesting thing here is that the leadership actor, on average, is 20 years old. So we are looking at the children born in a very historical moment in 1956. I think that's something that we need to understand. But the concern that I'm raising here is that, you know, we may well accept that definition or that, but in other sense, they can minimize this impact and undermine the very important.
One minute. Directed at Hassan Lord. Your transition, you said lands was people in lands were certain constituents. You got it themselves. And you have outlined the transition from the trade, supposedly in the 80s. I'd like you to reflect a little bit more. Are you aware of student movements position? Student movement had been drawing, I suppose, on the works of Amos French Martin Luther and mental transfer. No, in question precisely, you know, the transition of consciousness and what evolved at that time from the race prioritization of concepts and application of consciousness to the universalism of class in the 1980s. I don't know, are you obviously, how would that impact you? You are aware of your colleagues and your colleagues are aware of this, and how did this discussion impact?
Very big question, and we're not going to have time to answer because the next group is coming in 2 minutes, but maybe if we have 1 minute,
Maybe just on the last speaker. So in our paper, we do point out that when you look at it quantitatively, the number of people who changed their mindset and actively participated is about 1/3. So you know, it's not the majority. I don't think that's what often makes it. So the 2/3 from the available data that we've been able to gather.
Just, I mean, the time doesn't do justice for what we were asked, right? Let me just say that we integrated all the struggles, if you like. Arun and I would come dirty from the football field into a political meeting, and we looked at odd because some of the intellectuals we they spoke quite dirty on that issue. Just on, I think Stevie and others are older than us, like older than me, and I think that Stevie's contribution is acknowledged in the Black Consciousness movement, right? As a theorist, etc. This is Alan subsequent. I think for our experience, that Arun went into education, Jerry went into education, but also education management. We experimented with trying to take over reactionary unions under the Trade Union Council of South Africa. We organized domestic workers, organizing school cleaners as a way to learn, because their political direction
where unions were an inspiration. In fact, the democratic slogan of the unions at that time, even Tutu used, asked, have you got a mandate? Mandate and report that was the sum of what democracy was. So when the strike broke out in 1987, over 300,000 there, Ramaphosa was the general secretary. We had a support group in this, but it's not the majority. There's always a context around people. There were a lot of people when I was boarding at the home, they were afraid that some of those other people are coming to help them. So there are challenges because of class, race, but generally there was a group of young people who wanted to identify with being black. I see that's coming along again. I'm fine with it.
Regarding the main question, I want to respond to one comment that the previous conversations about the school history and the local histories and the community. I think that is not entirely correct because since 2016 until 2022, I was a teacher. And from senior base, GET, and FET, there's an oral history program that learners are expected to embark on. Topics alternating from year to year. Differ. One year you may be doing school history, the other or maybe you'll do 6, 7 topics, then the learners are allowed to choose. So they'll go out and do research in their community. So it's localized. It's not about writing about Mandela. No. They write about the heritage site in their community. They write about the family history. For example, you just do family history. You interview your parents about where you come from, and you present that in the organization. But obviously, the depth of it will differ from the You can't expect a child of grade 12 to write like a child of grade 6. So always differs. So I wanted to just caution you that it might not be entirely true that the local institutes are not represented in the school. And also, we ought to also look at the question of us as parents, us as parents. What role do we play in conscientizing? You can't always relegate things to others. Sometimes we have responsibility. We are neglecting our own responsibilities as parents. You can't sit down with your child in jail and talk to them, or maybe drive them to a public meeting, drive them to homes and drive them somewhere, and tell them, this church, so many people are killed. This is what was happening. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We don't have time for that. Then when the kids are not conscientized enough, we blame God, we blame other people, we blame teacher. The child was smoking a fire extinguisher at that time. The parents are saying the child is alive. I mean, how can you say that? So those are some of the things that we need to create and become a society that has, we should go back to the moral. The question that was asking about the violence and the issue of morality. You drive on the N1, someone stops the car, please. 3 kilometers away, they pass the station. What do you say is government? It's no, it's a human being who lacks moral. Someone is driving just here, driving, they just eating things. They don't know why they're driving. It's a government. No. Well, when we say government is abusing, when police are police, do the right thing. You throw something, the young lady is here. They give a fine for which they abuse. If we go that them, I'm sorry.
Okay, well, thank you, everybody. And especially thanks, we're going to be back here in just about 10 minutes.
Ama too much in Chakai. Hindi phone. Pura ka di fara.
Salim, don't you want to come and here? So I'm just going to introduce our authors and then give everyone a chance to speak about each publication for about 10 minutes, and then they're going to open it up for comments and questions and discussion. We are going to be starting. Oh, and so two of the books that we are launching are available outside. So please buy your copies. But we are going to start with Sandile Memela and his book Malume's Painting, the 76 Student Uprising. Sandile was born in Diepkloof. He's one of our most prominent arts and culture journalists, prolific writer. He's published numerous books, and this is in fact the second edition of his book. The second book we are launching is Noah Niftafadian's The Soweto Uprising, a Jacana pocket history, also in its second edition, which is coming out on occasion of the 50th anniversary of the uprising. Noah, as you would know, is the director of the Lit History Workshop. He has published widely on popular struggles in South Africa, local history, public history. He's the author of other books, including Alexandra, A History with Phil Bonner, and Ekurhuleni, The Making of an Urban Region with Phil Bonner and Selo Matabata. And lastly, Salim Valley, who's going to be talking to us about the Scholasticide dossier, of which he's one of the contributors, from what I understand, but we'll hear more from him where the dossier is available and when it will be available. Scholasticide, of course, is a term that's been coined to talk about the systematic destruction of educational and academic life in Gaza, particularly since the genocide. And this is, through the destruction of physical infrastructure, but as we know, through the killing of students, of teachers, of educators, and academics. Salim is the research chair of Community Adult and Workers Education Tower and former director of the Center for Education Rights and Transformation. He's the author of numerous publications on education and education rights, including his latest book with Aziz Chowdhury, History School, and I've seen they have copies of that book outside. But yes, over to you, Sandile. I'll give each one about 10 minutes to speak about their publication, and then we'll open it up. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's a graveyard shift, and I want to thank you for your patience and tolerance. Intellectual work can be quite exhausting, tired, but you set it out. And before I make my presentation on my very small but powerful book, I want to thank Noah here and Ali for inviting me to be part of this very historic conference. As I alluded, this is a very small book, very small, with a very, very big role. And that is to tell the story of June 16 in less than 50 pages with a dozen illustrations in a big font size 14, It's a historical fiction based on real life events that we all know. Of course, it's a story of Malume's painting, but it's more than just about Malume, who left in 1976. He was in exile in London, of all places. And of course, he comes back
when the liberation movement is unveiled, look at the timeline, 1976, 86, things started happening, then he's here by 1990. Exile. Sounds like very long time, but for maybe it could have been 15, 20 years. Of course, it's not a triumphant return or homecoming, if you will, and but the questions that it raises is what happens when you return to a country that has moved on without you, that you no longer recognize, because a lot changed in South Africa between 1976 and 1986 and 1996. There, the heart of the story is the role of art, especially the visual arts, as a mirror and instrument of consciousness raising, where we connect the past, present, and the future. There are three threads that run through the book. The first one is a theme that has come up very strongly here. It's intergenerational conversations to address untold stories. And secondly, there is the theme of the trauma of exile, and above all, the trauma of coming back, you know. And then, of course, again, this is another theme that came up strongly here. There is the revival of Black consciousness, art as a tool for education towards mental liberation, towards self-love, towards self-pride. So, in terms of the first thing, which is intergenerational conversations, I think it is only through family conversations that we can address the question of history and what happened in 1976. And by so doing, we get very close to the soul of the struggle, the soul of the nation. You know? And we have far too many skeletons in the cupboard of this country. And what I realized when we talk, and we don't talk, that is when we realize that we have more than 11 or 12 languages. And you find that, of course, other people speak Zulu, others speak English, you know. Then some still speak the language of 1968. Others speak the language of 2026, you know. And then you'll find that others speak that, hey, we must unite, we black people. And then others say, to hell with that, every man for himself, right? And so we do not hear each other. The 1976 generation and their children, who often live in the same house, are related, you know. But they've got different perspectives. They're in the same house, looking out of the same windows. The world that they see is different to one another. And of course, in the book, Malume doesn't take sides per se, although of course it's a product of Black consciousness, you know, and the 1976 evils. But he wants to use, because he's a visual artist, his art as a bridge to stimulate conversation, right? Because when you look at a canvas, the frame can in itself hold the story of 1976 and the perspective of 2026 at the same time, which is very interesting about the arts. You know? And the book's lesson, if I must say, this is something that I don't enjoy because why should writers be talking about their books? People must just buy them and read them for themselves. And it would be more interesting. Yeah, it would be more interesting because we talk to the characters and the author. Some of the things that we articulate through our writings are not necessarily our ideas, you know? But the simple lesson is the healing doesn't happen through speeches, through conferences. It happens when Malume and his nephews and nieces sit together to look at the picture and discuss it from their different perspectives, right? And then on the issue, which is the second theme, the trauma of leaving, the trauma of coming back, which Malume epitomized, he has become a stranger in his own family, and the house that he grew up in is not dilapidated. Left in 1976, comes around the early 90s. The house is dilapidated, the mother is dead, the sister has moved to the suburbs, and raising her own two children there. And some of his friends are also dead, others are still alive, alcoholics and what have you. And he realized that the struggle that he did back, his respect has been turned or reduced to a tender. What the struggle is about. It's now a tender, and it's about individual self-advancement. And the specific kind of trauma is about what you lost and what changed when you were gone. So we are back, but you don't fit in. I have such members in my own family, we are free, but you don't have money to buy bread, we fought for democracy like he did, but we don't recognize this democracy, cynical about it all. And this is not the book, small as it is, not a romanticization of it. Malume drinks too much. He's an alcoholic. And one of the scenes, the daughter tries to stop him from helping himself to the bottles that are in the cabinet. Can't take these bottles without my mother's permission. Says, you're not going to tell me anything. Go sit down there, let me tell you a story. And of course, the family has got to learn to live with a man who is both here and a broken man. Right? And that's the truth we don't talk about. All right? And the return is not the end of the story. For many exiles, not those who are ministers and saints, for many exiles, it was the beginning of the second. They're outside the system. We need to give Malume a chance to be human again. And then the third and final theme that runs through the book is the revival of that consciousness art to restore the humanity and dignity of the broken people. Malume is not just an artist, he's a product of Black consciousness. I consider myself that too. And the book makes it very clear that this is not just an ideology or political philosophy. It is a philosophy of being human. That to be a human being, and in his own way, Malume, in a very small but powerful book, is an artist, a teacher who is about decolonizing the mind, is about saying, return to the source, above all, get to know yourself better as an individual. Because when you were born, irrespective of where you were born with the purpose, discover that and make your life much better. So in DC, especially the painting, fuses philosophy, fuses art with activism. And he paints memory. He paints and talks about the young man carrying at the beats. And of course, many of us don't even remember the guy's name. We don't know whether he's alive or dead. But Malume, through his painting, actually raises that picture of the young man. And the crisis that we're facing today is that the generation, as we have acknowledged and recognized, doesn't know what June 16th is except as a public holiday. Go to the movies, throw a bride that's busy there. I don't know what they do. Yeah, that kind of thing. And should be about interpersonal interaction. And in closing, we have got to be agents of what we all want to see. I'm considered a troublemaker in the family where I work, and I'm glad that I'm now retired. Speaking what I like. We have to be agents of what we want to see. So, what kind of malume or auntie are you in the family? And have you told your own story and shared it with members of your own family? Because each individual is a piece to the puzzle of history. And when I was working as a journalist and did the story, I realized that there is this estrangement and alienation between the activists and their own children. And someone referred to the children of these heroes. And who left in your family? And those who stayed behind, why did they stay behind? And what became of them when they were there? And how is the family now? Because families are now divided. You find and you find that okay, we brothers and sisters, but like in one day the family gathering, the children speaking, and all those kind of things. So I guess I'm done, and please get a copy, the book that you can give us a present to a niece and nephew, your own child, and it's a good source for conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Over to you, Norman.
Thank you, Martin. You waited for 9 minutes. So, thank you. It wasn't entirely clear to me what I should say because this is a revised edition of the book. So I am going to share with you some of the ideas I thought needed to be elaborated in the revised edition of the book. This is a pocket book history, and for those of you who are familiar with this genre of writing, it's intended to make accessible, I suppose, in a popular history fashion, important events, moments, analyses to an audience beyond the academy. It's written in that way. This book was always, even in the first edition, drew on existing scholarship, my own work. I drew extensively on the work of people who are in this room, Sipiso, Arnie, Seppo, and others who've done work on aspects of 1976 and broader histories. The first edition was published in 2014 with a view to the 40th anniversary of the 76 Uprising. And when I was approached, I should tell you, only a few months ago to do this revised edition, I thought that perhaps the way to do it is simply not to do anything, and to simply have it be published as is. But it occurred to me that there were a number of important events that occurred since the first edition, which produced really important scholarship that informed my own thinking and which I wanted to reflect in the book. And the key moment in my mind was Peace Must Go. And I've been lucky to supervise a cohort of students who were participants, leaders, and whose intellectual journeys have been shaped by Peace Must Go. So in addition to the lectures that I've referred to, some of the important new contributions in the book have been influenced by recent, postgraduate theses. Some of you know some of the people, like Lisa Mariswani, who's our coordinator, Robert Lockwood, who I think is not here, Asher Gametsi, who is here,
and Kasonde Makondo, who is in the United States. And that scholarship was open, and they are part of a generation of young scholars who've asked new questions, who've produced new theoretical inquiries on a range of questions related to women in Black consciousness, understanding left politics, the role of historically of left groups that have shaped left politics in the country. And in the case of Kasonde, the development of reading cultures, liberation theater, influenced again by the work of people in the room, which I think is important. So what this revised edition has done is to work with those ideas around 1976, because I think that even though in the initial book I hinted at some of the issues that these young scholars have elaborated on, it seemed to me that a revised edition should elaborate on key things such as, first of all, women in Black consciousness. And we've just come from a really wonderful session where a number of key questions have been asked. And Spongile Mkabela last night and throughout the sessions today problematized the idea of the role of women. And everyone who's spoken has raised this question. And I think it's a fascinating question. And on the way here this morning, I had a conversation, and I think I managed to avoid making a big error in relation to this, because nowhere do I actually talk about the role of women. And this was before these conversations became clear to me. And I'm pretty certain they've been clear to many others for many, many years, okay? And Sepiso is laughing because she thinks that I'm at least 10 years behind the curve, okay? Which is entirely understandable. And so I start off that section by making a simple observation. And that is, when one looks at the photographs of 76, women are all over. Right? So you don't even have to ask the question, what was the role of women? They're there. Right? And I encourage you, I know this is, I wish you was here, and we tried to get her to launch her own book, but Spongile Mkabela's book, which is being sold here, Open Earth, Black Roses, is perhaps the most important work by a young Black woman about her activism at the time, not only on 76, but around that time. And really, I was inspired by that work, and then also by the really important contributions by these younger scholars. The second point that I tried to elaborate is, in fact, the book is called The Soweto Uprising, and that was the mandate I was given 14 years ago. So it was almost exclusively about Soweto, and I tried to analyze almost day by day what happened in Soweto. And there were a couple of pages at the end of that book on the national character of the uprising. In this edition, I pay far more attention to the national character of the uprising, because as we've all said here, Soweto was where the uprising started. It was the epicenter, but in fact, it evolved or developed very quickly into a national uprising, almost from the second day. From June the 17th onward, it became a national uprising. And it's important to understand, in my mind, and Dinga isn't here because he had to leave to prepare for something called the Conference of the Left, okay? Well, in fact, the real discussions are taking place here, not there. And he made the important point in his analysis of the different tempo, he suggested different periodization of the events as they unfolded in Cape Town. And I think that's important because there were convergences that one can make an argument of almost national periodization, but there were also local peculiarities. And the book, as only a pocketbook history, can suggest some of those differences. So I think the national character is important. I then give attention to also
an issue that is in the original edition, but which I think requires far more attention. And that is the issue of the generational politics. Now, 76 has been presented as, again, Dinga was saying that we should think about it as a youth rebellion, as a generational rupture. And I think that idea is critically important. It's at the center of the 76 uprising. But in characterizing it in that way, we are in danger of missing the important connections between younger people and older people. And Maria Soriano's book on Marvesta makes a point in relation to Marvesta. Mahauta, when she spoke earlier, makes that point as well of different generations, because we think of a generational rupture, we think of young people and their parents, but there were all these other generations. And, for me, one of the most fascinating things about June 16th, 1976, and it was a decision taken at the Action Committee meeting on June the 13th, is that young people in Soweto said, we're not going to tell our parents. There were so few parents who knew what was going on. There were tens of thousands of young people who were going to march. Parents didn't know. And so that, more than anything else, conveys to us the way that young people saw their parents. 2 minutes. Okay? The way that young people saw their parents. And that it was a rebellion against older people, a rebellion against their parents as well. But if we only work in that framework, then we miss, in my mind, two things, and then I'll end here. The first is that, in fact, older people were the first ones to object to the imposition of Afrikaans in complicated and even through conservative structure. Someone asked a question about school boards. School boards objected to Afrikaans in 1974 already. Okay? Parents and teacher organizations, conservative teacher organizations, objected to Afrikaans. But because they were conservative and they worked through the system, when the system said no, they accepted it. Right? It was the students who in 1976 said, we're not going to accept your rejection of our complaints. And that is how the rebellion happened. And then my final point about the generational and my concluding remark is this. June 16, 1976 is correctly seen and celebrated as the moment. But in my mind, far more important was what transpired in August and September. Because what transpired was that young people in Soweto, the SSRC, reached out to workers and to their parents. In Soweto, in August already, Mahauta, August the 2nd or 4th, they marched down Soweto Highway. Okay? Oh, you're in prison already, so you can't remember. They marched down Soweto Highway. Not now, but she was in prison, so I can't remember. Okay? They marched down the highway. They organized what's called in Soweto as a Kwelwa, general strike, stayaways. The politics generated by that is a politics that frees our country. Okay? It's a politics of uniting students and workers. And it is the SSRC, it's students in Cape Town, Bontiva, Langa, Nyanga, and also in Port Elizabeth who do similar things, who create the foundation to pull together the social forces, students and workers that are ultimately responsible for achieving freedom. So that is what the book tries to do differently compared to the first edition. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Nora. And thanks for sticking to time. Salim.
Thanks.
Do you want a chair?
No, I can sit here on this side. But Noor, you were really under pressure, but there will be another launch, isn't it, of the revised issue? You want to tell?
Salim and I am doing a duet on the, Salim, I say we're doing a duet on the 10th of June. Am I getting it right? At Love Books.
Yes. Okay. We don't have a boy band, just in case you're wondering. But very, very quickly, Ariana, we talked about the dossier at the Nelson Mandela Foundation a few days ago, and there were virtual speakers, some of whom from Gaza, but others in the Palestinian diaspora. It was the
UK Friends of Palestinian Universities, and a team of researchers and academics and scholars from a few countries that came together. And while people were being bombed, there were Palestinian professors and scholars in Gaza who were interviewing people. And we met every week online when we could. And for the Palestinian researchers to make the connection, you can imagine how difficult it was, because the Israeli regime targeted primarily two areas after destroying most of Gaza. It is the food distribution centers, but also where people could get internet. So they were gambling with their lives. And as the months went by, you could see them literally getting thinner and thinner, because people were starving, still are starving. People are still bombed. There is no ceasefire. So the equivalent of the number of people injured and killed is the equivalent of 6 million South Africans. And this is just through bombing. The number of explosives used in the small strip of land, which is just bigger than greater Johannesburg, really, is 6 times the explosive tonnage used in Hiroshima. So you can imagine. And I'm not even talking about the medical neglect. Remember, all the hospitals were bombed, clinics, etc. I'm not talking about disease. There's no sewage system to speak of, water, etc., etc. So many people have died through diseases, hepatitis. You can think of all the diseases that situations like that result in. So we're talking about, according to Lancet, which is this prestigious medical journal, we're talking about actually hundreds of thousands of people. Just in terms of the dossier, if you go on, the second one, I just also want to make the point that it's been really a war against children. 20,000 children have lost one of their parents. 50,000 have lost both parents, and 21,000 have lost one parent. And, you know, I'm giving you statistics. These are human beings. There's people, children loved by their parents, parents loved by their children, brothers, sisters. Each one has a story. You've heard of Rafif. They've particularly targeted medical people, journalists, as you know. More journalists have been killed than both world wars put together. Including the American Civil War, the Vietnam War, etc., etc. So, you know, Palestine today has become the litmus test for humanity. And as South Africans, you've heard our colleagues, comrades speak. There were MK people here today, as well as the first day, who were trained alongside Palestinians. We talked about Khotso. Khotso with the South African Youth Revolutionary Council, they were trained by Palestinian factions. We talk about Apla. Apla was in the Bekaa Valley and, you know, fighting with Palestinians against the Israelis. And of course, Israel had very strong connections with the apartheid regime. I don't want to go into details. So for us, the solidarity with Palestinians is such an important thing, and it means so much to Palestinians. And as educators and people concerned about education, we have an interest in speaking to these issues. The next slide. Go on, because of time. Ariana, I'm mindful. You know, we call it scholasticide. Scholasticide is not just the bombing of buildings. Every university has been bombed. Over 300 schools have been bombed, but they've also targeted staff, administrative staff, professors, students. About 18,000 students have been killed. Over 100 full professors, including the presidents of some of the universities. But scholasticide is more than that. If you go to the next slide, it's also about, sorry about that, talking about multitasking. And I can help you. And the next one because of time, because it's also libraries. Sorry, it's also libraries. It's also memory. You know, the central database of Gaza, which has everything from people's certificates from school, their graduation numbers, marriage certificates, birth certificates, everything that has been bombed, but much more than that. Go on. Sorry about that. You can continue. You know, this is not AI generated. This is an iconic picture. It's like this picture of the Nazis burning books, which they considered left-wing, etc., etc. This is actually in one of the public universities burning the books. There's even worse things that have happened. And this is about the cultural heritage, the collective memory, and the next slide will tell you that, you know, there's a reason why they've attacked education. Because for Palestinians, like many people who struggle, education is a weapon of liberation. Education, despite over 7 decades of oppression, has been seen by Palestinians as something they can have that the Israelis can't take away, but actually they've been doing that. And they have the highest per capita PhDs in the world. Many of them, despite this oppression, were trained overseas, particularly in the Eastern Bloc, but also elsewhere. They have the highest literacy level in the world, not just the region. And these are UNESCO statistics because they put so much store in education, and education was seen as a form of resistance. But it was also an education that helped the society. All the skills, etc., that they had was used not for individual advancement, as the colleague said, but it was used for collective advancement, for community needs, not for private profit. Go on. 2 minutes, okay. Now, when this was happening, a group of educators, largely senior administrators, and they call them presidents of universities, we call them vice chancellors, some call them rectors. They came together and they formed an emergency committee. And they said that we built our universities from tents, and now they are teaching in tents and graduating students on the rubble in tents, but they want the support of the world. And in South Africa, we've tried our best to provide this kind of support. But the danger is, and this is a very important danger, Trump and his board of, I said board of peace, as a Palestinian colleague who's here called it the board of pedophiles. Honestly, many of the people involved in that board have been named in the Epstein files, including people like Trump. Trump is going to be the head of a technical university of Gaza, and they say very clearly what they're going to do is de-radicalize a curriculum that helped Palestinian society with all those gains I've mentioned. They want to destroy. In the same way they destroyed public education in after Hurricane Katrina, They privatized all the school. It's something Naomi Klein called disaster capitalism. They come in, and what was for public, they make it for profit. And of course, the son-in-law of Trump, Jared Kushner, has got these fantasies about real estate, and they want to use the university as well. They have lots of plans with Tony Blair's Portland Trust. All I'm saying is that they have come here to this country, and some people who don't understand the dynamic are supporting this really ominous plan against the Palestinians. Please go on, the last few points. Okay. I've now finished. This is the structure of the thing. The next one will, okay. So the dossier is being designed at the moment, and it will be available on June the 16th. And I want to suggest tomorrow, if those people would like a copy, we could digitally send it to you in a few weeks' time. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Is this still working? Thanks very much to all of you, and sorry to rush you, but I wanted to leave enough time for some comments, questions, and discussion. Please show me your hands and I'll come to you with a mic. Let me take this one. Actually, you keep this one here. I'll be moving around. Anyone else? Any more hands? Okay, there was one here, yes. And may I ask you to keep the comments as brief as possible so that we can...
As brief as possible. Thank you for the presentation. My name is Francis. Just one observation. I was at Colorado State University, and I happened to be staying with a Republican. And he said, when American economy goes down, we start a war somewhere so that our machinery can start kicking, and then we make ensure that there is employment and our economy improves. So whatever Trump and his team are saying, Hillary Clinton said the same thing about Libya. The same thing applied to Somalia. So I wonder if we should, people should listen to that.
Thank you very much. I saw there was someone up here. Okay, I'm coming. Oopsie.
Hello, my name is Cindy. I guess my question, so to speak, is directed to the author of Malume's painting, which is a book that really struck me. So my class, Jill's class, we were requested to do a project to interview scholars in 1976. I interviewed a woman who was in high school during that time, and she talked quite a lot about how, you know, they lost their lives, and she felt that the movement had failed. You know, the liberation movement was a failure. And so I was quite interested with that book, which I want to purchase for my daughter, actually. I was quite interested in it because I think I'm wanting to kind of gauge from the perspective of Umalume, in terms of now the decolonization of not just the internal self, but externally. What does Umalume recommend? Because you can hear that there's a lot of trauma from what you're describing in his experience, and in my participant as well, there was a lot of trauma. I'd recommend you guys go and see our posters, please. They're beautiful, they tell the stories. But I'd just love to hear from that. And by the way, my mask is to represent Fanon, in case you were wondering. France Fanon.
Thank you very much. Is there any more hands? Yes. Oh, okay.
My question, particularly on the issue of the Israel, the Palestine, what do you think the role South African government play? Do you think it's enough taking the Israel to the international court, or what other things which we can do?
Thank you. I'm going to take a couple
Good evening. My name is Kobela Buyeye. Actually, on the story of Malume, it's a very profound story that I could relate to myself from my mom's experience. But it's not only through my mom's experience, like the generational gaps that we found. For example, my mom's trauma as a child was my grandfather burning the house because of their activism. Not only that, she had to raise us as a woman. So there are many perspectives that are not touched, that are not addressed within the family system first, because you should think about it. The structure of the family was in ruin. Apartheid didn't just separate the community, but the families. So it's a separation of the family, actually. Then even with what Professor has said about Gaza, it's the same situation that we actually have. It's the same experience that we have. Because even when I think about her trauma, she transferred to me, myself, even the today trauma that we have, where young people are not connected to any of the other generations. My children can't relate to me. They can't relate to my grandmother. They can't relate to my mom. And Soweto itself, it is not our origin. So there's also identity crisis. So we need to also address those kind of things through our mediums. We need to really profoundly look into them and dissect them properly, not just for 76, because it goes beyond. Thank you.
Take one more.
Yeah, most of the time we say write your story. We say to people write yours, and our stories are so traumatic. Like I've said earlier, that apartheid was so harsh on us, and we've never dealt with it. And I find that some people, when they write stories, then the wounds freshen up. And what is happening in the country is a reflection of the trauma that we have. And I'm still asking, how are we going to deal with it? You know, I'm saying that because I'm writing my story. Well, I finished writing the story, but every time I attend things like this, I change. And as I write my story, when I remember my mother standing there when I was at 24, always I remember, and I cry alone at night. And when I was doing the stories of women who were detained, some of them had never spoken about their wounds, the things that they have experienced. And as a community worker, when I go into homes, dealing with stories of women, some of the women prominent activists, but in their homes, they have such problems. So we need to create, you know, every day people are saying create a hub, a healing hub. And that is the way when we say to people, write your story, like the story of Malume, resonate with a lot of people that we know, that I personally know. We have come back, some with masters, some are doctors from wherever they come from. When they arrive here at home, there's no home, there's no family, and we don't know how to help, and they think we are successful, and we are suffering ourselves too. So we need to talk about these things, you know, and say, like I'm always saying that, I say, what do we do? What do we do?
I'm going to give the panel a chance to respond. Do you want to start in the same order? Yeah, a few minutes each, if we could keep it. Let me check the time.
No, thank you very much. I just want to say to Ms. Buyeye there, I could pick up the pain and the trauma in your voice. I think talking is part of healing. You stay strong. And Yeah, the story of Malume is actually torn from the pages of life itself because in South Africa, I think the truth is stranger than fiction instead of fiction being stranger than the truth. It's a quotation that is alluded to Tupac, that South Africa is like a movie. You don't have to write a script. The stories are just out there. And that's why sometimes I wonder why our movie makers not some of the best ones in the world. But like in terms of Malume, thank you for the compliment and by the story. All the answers that you are asking about Malume are contained in the story itself. One thing that we can't dispute is that he's a product of the Black consciousness movement. It's about self-reliance, self-determination, self-responsibility, self-love, and all those beautiful things, of course. But when he comes back into this dog-eat-dog society, he can't exactly fit in. And of course, he is now an alcoholic. But he remains activist-oriented, right? He remains activist-oriented, and he admits, and this is something that was said by someone else here, that quoting Khalil Gibran, the children belong to a future that we do not belong to, that we do not know and will never know, not even in our dreams. So Malume says, tell your story, write your history, impart that heritage to the children. And don't try to make the children be like you. You should try to be like the children. So in terms of Malume, let's just tell the stories and leave the little ones to take care of their own future. It's actually entrusting them with responsibility to make the society that they want to live in. The society that the generation of 1976 tried to build failed. This is not it.
Thanks. That's perhaps where I want to start. I think that we have suffered from a number of problems in the way we've dealt with our complex histories. And we can point accusing fingers at the system, but we also have to, I think, as many people have said here, be self-critical. But I do think that it's important to reopen a critical discussion about the TRC. And some of that is happening. But one of the main problems arising from the TRC is that it foreclosed possibilities of historical inquiry and also demanded of us to move beyond our histories, that somehow forgiveness and reconciliation meant forgetting, forgiving, and not engaging in our own traumas, our own histories. And the work that people like yourself, Mahauta, Anjani, and other people are doing must be seen. I want to make this point, but because of time, I can't make it with all the kind of nuances. I'll make it kind of very sharply. I think that we need to, as we try to do in many of us, to disrupt the distinction between academic scholars, historians, and other publics who do the work that you and many other people are doing. For me, by disrupting that separation, by blurring the divisions, by producing spaces and connections, and asking the difficult questions that people have asked in this convening, it's out of those processes, I think, that we can begin to deal more meaningfully with the different layers of our histories that we've not dealt with. So that we don't just produce books and say that is the end of it, it's the final word. Because too often people imagine that once histories are published in books, then it has an authority which I think it shouldn't have. We need to be able to criticize it as much as we want to, notwithstanding the fact that it is in print. Thanks.
Thanks very much.
Okay, I mean,
are you calling on Comrade?
No, we were just caucusing. Sorry, we still do that these days. No, I'm saying the question you posed about, is this about the South African government and Palestine? So I just told Ariana that in fact Roshan and I think Kyle, they were at the Glencore demonstration, so she might be a more appropriate. She's in the Palestine Solidarity Campaign and the South African BDS Coalition, so perhaps she can answer that question. And while the mic is going, just to keep you occupied, because we don't like vacuums, is that, Palestine today, like 76, it's a litmus test for humanity. It's about Soweto, yes, but it's about our country, it's about apartheid, but it's also about humanity. And in modern history, there were struggles around the world, like the Spanish Civil War against fascism, like the Vietnamese against US imperialism, like the struggles of Southern Africa against minority racist regimes. Today, Palestine is such a struggle. So I kept you occupied, so now it's Roshan here.
Yes, so although South Africa was really bold and brave, and we have to stand by the case that the government brought at the International Court of Justice against Israel under the Genocide Convention, that case itself brought about legal obligations because the court ruled when we asked for provisional measures, although the final case hasn't been heard, they ruled that all state parties and corporations have to be sure that they're not complicit, that they are preventing and punishing the plausibility of the crime of genocide. Of course, we all know it is genocide and still ongoing. And yet the South African government has not fulfilled its legal obligations. So we are still trading, we still have sports, we still have cultural things. People in Cape Town have been protesting every time there are Israeli, DJs and all sorts of things that pop up there. But worst of all, the thing we trade the most, that we export the most to Israel, is coal. Our coal. And it's getting worse. It's increasing because Colombia declared a coal embargo. They said, the President Petro said, no, he doesn't want Colombian coal going and killing Palestinian children. Even when he found the companies were trying to get around it, because we're tracking the ships and we could see, he then doubled down. He told the Navy they must impound any ship that's heading to Israel from Colombia. So the South African coal has increased because the Colombian has decreased. And Glencore is one of the biggest culprits. It was in Colombia, it is here. Even in Australia, a shipment went during the genocide of Australian coal from Glencore. And so today it was the Global 8-Day of Action because it was the Glencore annual general meeting in Switzerland, where they speak to their shareholders. They are absolutely silent on the fact that people all around the world are protesting with climate justice activists, with mining affected communities here, because none of these corporations care about us, nor do they care that they will be held criminally liable, as was the case after Nazi Germany, because they know what they're doing. We've given the government a full report outlining the exact details of how the coal is going to Israel and how it's going into the electricity grid, and how that means 25% of Israel's energy is from coal. Now, how can they say that they don't know what the minister makes these stupid excuses? We are literally fueling the genocide. So there are many things we need to be doing. You'll wish you hadn't asked me to answer, but I'll stop there. Amandla.
Yes, what's the time? Are we closing this session? Thanks very much to all the speakers and congratulations on the books, and we look forward to seeing the